Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Boys, how are we?
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Matt.
Hi. I have things in my eyes right now, and I'm not.
Do you guys like how I pulled you up and had you on when you were ready to go in an error-free way?
You did a great job, Josh. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Wow. Seems like there's shots being fired here for something.
There's a lot of shots that have been fired all over the place. This has really been a shot firing week. There's been friendly fire. There's been,
I think Matt was on to something earlier today when he said everyone's bored and PO.
Everybody is bored and very mad, and we're all just
fire,
shooting at each other.
Fire
right
to
now.
be fire.
Literally.
Oh, wow. Look at this critique from Nick Grimm, who is famously not in the studio right now.
Where is he?
The video
Hey.
looks terrible. Too many boxes. Take out the studio.
Josh, let's go ahead and add more boxes to the screen. Can we do that? Is there any? Is there any
wish we
possible
could.
way we could add more boxes?
You want me to turn my camera on and
Yeah.
just take a shot of the ballpark?
Yeah, that'd be great. Actually, let's all join in the
Oh, yeah,
Streamyard
yeah.
with our phones, and we'll add more boxes to the
I'd
screen.
rather not.
Ooh, yeah. We've never really tested the
We've-
limits.
how-
before.
Well, you know,
what
here's
are
what
the
you do.
limits of
See,
Streamyard?
you guys are
How many
all
boxes
100.
can we get in here?
If you just keep adding the same link to StreamYard and just join it with separate videos, you can join it with more than one video.
Well, I don't want to do
See,
that.
and actually, I did it with my camera. So there you go. Look at that. There's the ballpark.
Yeah. Okay. Add the.
Yes.
Can we add the studio?
There we
add
go.
the studio.
That actually looks
How many
better than
more can we
5.
do?
Yeah.
Wait, I need it.
more
Someone
can
send
we
me the
do?
link. Someone send me
Ju-
the link.
Matt, if you copy and paste the link and like text yourself, you would just have it there. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I have not seen or heard about this before.
Okay, look, and now I'm going to add a second view of the ballpark.
Oh my God! A second
into
view has hit the screen.
into the stream. There we go.
Whoa.
Look at that. We have so many views.
So many
Chance
boxes.
says, "Yeah, let me in."
I don't know, Chance. I'm a little worried
All
what
right,
your
I'm
background might
leaving.
be.
I'm leaving. See
No,
you later.
7
No,
looks
you
terrible.
No. Wait. I'm
How
joining.
about that? How about that? There's the angle. It's the show inside of the show.
Yes.
Inside of the show. Look at
Inception.
that. We can make it. Look at that.
Whoa.
Whoa. Look at that.
Wow, that's more interesting than all of the alien things that we saw.
Oh, who's this one? Oh, look, it's Nick. It's
know.
our producer.
We'll be like the Brady Bunch in no time, y'all.
Nice.
The
Yeah, we just need 2
Brady
more
Bunch.
things. We just need 2 more.
Let me wait.
Wow.
I'm getting on it.
Wow.
Wait, I'm
Chris
sorry.
Matt says, get some more. Let's go full Hollywood Squares.
Yeah,
I think we can do up to 10.
I was going to say,
believe
what would 10 be?
That's a great question. We're 3 away from finding out. We're 3 away from finding out. Chance says, what part of the movie are we in now? Did you realize that Rick Moranis hasn't been like a regular actor since 1997?
Yeah, he retired.
I didn't realize. I didn't
Yeah.
realize for a really sad reason.
He had an
too.
ailing wife, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, she passed away from cancer.
Mm-hmm.
I stumbled upon Rick Moranis's Wikipedia page today.
He's
I don't
coming
really
back for
remember
Spaceballs
why.
2, though. So.
Yes, he is. That's going to be the first time he's back. Oh, there we go. Look at Matt. Classic Gen Z, up and down, TikTok Matt with the bars. That's how he's got to roll.
Now you see,
What?
look at me, Carol. I'm getting in
Yeah.
shape. I've lost some weight.
Have you?
I have.
Good.
I've lost 8 pounds. I'm
Congrats to Matt.
I'm not
Whoa.
under 2 bills yet, but we're still trying to get there.
You'll get there. I believe in you. I believe
Currently
in you.
I'm 202. I'm heavier.
202.
I'm heavier than some linebackers that were on Nebraska's roster last year.
It looks like there we go. We
Wow.
have 9 broadcasts in the stream right
So
now.
many boxes, man.
All right, here. I'm
Hey.
going to add the 10th in, and we'll
Yeah.
see what that looks like.
There's Josh taking
Hey!
a picture of the.
It's behind the scenes of the show.
Hi.
What's
This is
going on,
wild.
everybody?
Oh my God, it's Inception.
All
This
right,
is
let's
crazy.
see. Here we go.
Can I turn it upside down? There we go. There's the ballpark upside. Oh no! And now it flipped back to right upside. Oh, there. Now back
Oh.
upside.
All right,
down
here we
again.
go. Here comes the 10th video. Let's all see what it does.
Ooh.
Oh, that's really ugly.
gross.
It looked way better when it was just
So many cameras.
it looked way better when it was just 10 or 9 of
So many
us.
boxes.
There we go. All right, I'm
We've
leaving.
really
See you later,
tested the
everybody.
limits of this.
Wow.
I'm glad we did
Mustache
that.
Adam, Happy New Year video version.
Yeah.
I do think that this is a great Happy New Year. Off to a good start.
POV, you're my phone when I'm scrolling through it on Twitter.
How's your Friday going?
It's going well. It's about not to. I have to fly today, unfortunately, so I don't really look forward to.
Oh yeah, you're
that.
an uneasy flyer.
It's not something that I very much enjoy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just an uneasy flyer just makes flying more expensive because I have to go to the bar and I have to buy a couple of drinks to ease my nerves.
Oh, okay.
Which ends up, costing about $30 to $35, and then, I'll be fine. But that's
what
the
time
thing.
are you going? What time's their flight?
My flight's at like 6:50, so
Ooh, you got a lot of time to kill.
yeah, I have to go and do some laundry, and I still have to pack, and I gotta I now have to wear a suit. I gotta wear a suit to this thing tomorrow, so.
That sucks.
Yeah, I didn't know I had to because I thought it was like a celebration of life is what I thought it was, but it actually is, I guess, geared more
It's like
toward
a proper funeral.
It's not a proper funeral, but there's still a lot of things that go. It's still a memorial service. I thought it was a celebration. It's more of a memorial.
I always thought that the celebration of life, you wore like a colorful tie.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you still didn't wear like a suit. Like, were you going to wear like jorts?
I
and,
was
like a tee?
no, I wasn't going to show up like it was the 4th of July. All right, I was going to go looking nice. The plan was to wear like a collared shirt with a sweater, but now I guess I have to wear a suit coat. So that's not nearly as fun. But I got a set list of what the meal is going to look like after, and I'm very excited about it.
Oh,
The celebration!
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily that, Josh. Way to put that in the log, Josh. That's great stuff. Imagine being able to put stuff in on time. That's crazy.
I'm just sitting here. You guys are talking. We're fine.
We're having a great time.
We're
I can
having
see Nick in
incredible
the background. He's doing a lot of work
He is.
now. He's got things going on.
Wait, what is Nick doing in the background?
He's checking the king with the bishop right now.
No,
is what he's doing. He's actually trying to get a smothered make.
He is making sure the show has a perfect rundown today and that
Yes,
all
we had
live
that-
segments air properly.
Yes, we had that meeting right before the show started.
We
John.
did
You
have
remember
that
that meeting. It lasted.
I didn't
about a
realize
half
he was
hour.
doing it there in the studio.
Yeah.
What-
Well, no, he's in his office right now.
Oh, he's in his office.
Yeah, but he's keeping an ear on the show. He wants to hear.
Got to make
what's
sure
being
Josh
said.
doesn't do too good of a job.
Or too bad of a job. He had to correct me earlier.
Oh, what did you do wrong earlier?
Well, the video. He was. I guess
then it's still kind of wrong. Actually, we
Well,
should probably turn the studio. camera
USC
back off
producer
again.
doesn't produce the video.
Yeah, but he is the director of audio,
Well,
so
no.
you have
I
to.
thought
Josh
he was the director of video.
Josh and Jonah.
What is he the director of?
Everything.
Video. He's a director of video.
Yeah, the director of video.
Yeah. Everybody.
We
knows
should
this,
we
Josh.
should have put that on the back of his zone jersey. Instead
Director of
Nick,
video?
Director of video.
I like this idea.
That would have been. We all put our roles.
It would have looked
right?
like Pete Crow Armstrong's jersey. and
Yes,
just a
it
big
would've.
arch.
Didn't he hit a home run the other night? Was he the guy who hit the home run?
Yes,
or
he hit a
walked or something?
He hit a game-tying home run,
Okay.
famously.
Good job by you, Pete.
We should just all put Stooge number whatever on the back of our zone jersey.
Yeah.
Or
I got-
insults we've been called this week on social media.
Ooh, I've been called a hack, and yeah, I think that's really.
I don't even want to
say
say the harshest insult I was called this week.
Yeah, I
Well,
can.
Of all the worst things to be called, like
I don't know.
Pretty high. Oh man, I
Does
don't
it
know.
get much
which
worse
one were
than
you called? Is it the same one I was called?
No,
That-
that was a slur. I was just called a bad, like a thing you don't want to be called.
Oh,
like
well,
a
I was
real-
called a thing you
yeah,
don't want to be
yeah.
called.
John was
Yes,
called a
that's true.
lib. I mean, what are we talking about?
That's the worst thing.
And that's by far the worst thing that John
Lefty
was called.
Lefty John strikes again.
Can't believe it.
That we should have John wear a jersey that just says lib on the back of it.
Matt, way back in the day, we always get great gifts during the College World Series from some of our fine supporters. There was a bat making company that was at the College World Series, and we all got personalized bats.
Wow.
And this was in the post-producing era for yours truly, and at the time, I was known as intern. That's what Kevin and Michael and Lacey called me when I was their intern. And so my bat said intern on it.
Wow.
And when a very big life event happened and I moved out of my home, I forgot about it. And so, that thing probably got thrown away.
Oh no.
A bat got thrown away?
A Louisville Slugger bat that had my name on it.
I can't believe your parents would throw away a bat.
Not that home that I moved out of, John. A different home that I moved out of.
that.
I forgot about
yeah.
it. I forgot about it. It wasn't like anything mean or anything. I just totally forgot about it. And by the time I remembered, it was way too far in the past. What am I going to do? Send a text? Hey, you still have that bat of mine? No.
It might have ended up on the fire.
Yeah, exactly. So No personalized Louisville Slugger bat. Maybe I'll get one this summer. As a sideline reporter, can I get one this summer?
Is
We
that
haven't gotten bats in a while.
is that nearly as bad as when Josh got interviewed over the Break the Curse event and called me an intern on an ESPN article?
Did I call you that?
Yes, you did.
I don't even know. No, I don't even know this story.
You weren't you interviewed for an ESPN article for the KLIN Break the Curse event?
Yes, but I wasn't in the article. Jack was in the article.
Okay, but
Did he call you an intern in the story?
No, because Jack knew I wasn't an intern. It goes, needless to say, things got a little weird. They doused old football jerseys with a cleansing water, made some salt found on a White Can website, and a radio intern cracked an egg on his head.
Wiccan?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not my fault. Liz Merrill wrote that story. I didn't write that story.
Yeah,
I wasn't
Mad attacking women.
We're
No,
gonna have
I'm
to
not
ask Jack
attacking
about
women.
this. This was his bit, right?
Yeah, I'm confused, Matt. So, what are you upset by? Were you
I'm not
an
upset.
intern?
I'm not upset. First off, no, I wasn't. I was not an intern.
What were you?
I was
2022.
I was a part-time worker.
Okay.
Interns have not existed for almost 20, 30 years now.
I will admit,
I was an intern in 2011, Josh. That's 15 years
I
ago.
definitely did think that it was a quote from Josh calling me an intern until I looked it up here on the website, and it was not. So I was incorrect.
Oh, is this back when you always hated me? You were like, Josh is...
No, I never hated you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey,
Wait a
Grim.
minute. What
Thanks,
is he
Nick.
doing commenting while he's working?
Very interesting.
That's very intern material there from Nick Grimm.
Mm.
Got
you know,
time
He should be
to
finishing
hop in
his
the
job
chat.
so that the boss can go back and be a boss again.
Yeah, he's got stuff to do. Boss
got
man
boss
it's
stuff to
weekend
do.
time. Josh has to do some work.
Yeah.
What do you got going on with the work today, Josh? You probably got to upload some files.
Yeah, a lot of files, a lot
Emails,
of
you
logs.
probably gotta send some
I do have
emails
to
to
send a
people.
lot of emails, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, here's an event we have. Here's an event we have.
They're not going anywhere, though. I'm good. I like hanging out with my friends.
Hey, that's awesome. We like hanging out with
Well,
you,
I mean, you'll be
Josh.
hanging out in the office by yourself.
Yeah,
I
I'm
will.
leaving the office very, very quickly today. I'm getting the hell out of here. I got a lot of things I have to do. I got to buy shaving cream. So
I'm very busy. I have to buy shaving
Yeah.
cream.
When you think
That's
about the
the
big
very-
things.
The last time that sentence was uttered was by an 8th grader getting ready to go shaving
it's a
cream
very, it's a very
on
important
the
task.
playground after the last day of school.
It's an important task I have to run. I have to make sure and go and get shaving cream. You know, I can't. You think I can wear this bushy beard at this memorial celebration of life service I'm going to?
I thought it
tomorrow?
wasn't a celebration of life.
I'm
can't remember what
celebrating
it
her
is
life. I'll
anymore.
be celebrating.
Okay.
But
Wow,
remember,
you're
he's more looking forward to the food.
Yeah,
Dude, dude, you should see the list. We're gonna have
this
lechon.
is
It's gonna be.
This sounds like a Larry David type.
Dude, they're gonna have.
Go to this
Dude,
celebration.
dude.
Look at this menu.
Dude,
Look at this
This
food.
memorial service, they catered the crap out of it. There's gonna be
No,
chicken
when okay,
sandwiches,
so when the
ropa
when the,
vieja, con
the cur-
gris,
the curb
picadillo.
idea would be he's really excited for the celebration of
Yeah.
life because of the menu. He gets there and they decided it wasn't a good idea to have the good food, and then
Right.
he's mad the whole
Yes.
time that the food isn't as
Yes.
good as he was expecting.
Yes.
He's like, where's the food? Where is it? The food was gonna
Yeah.
be here.
Why are we having egg salad? I
Yeah.
was told we were going to have
That-
caviar and
that-
steak and shrimp and lobster and
Mhm.
That would
you know,
the curb
clam
episode.
chowder.
The curb episode would be him going to a memorial service and just being not impressed with the catering.
Correct.
You know,
Yeah.
just him being like, well, I mean, really, you die and this is all they cater for you? You know, this is your life. All your life was worth was an egg salad.
Well, they did do the episode with Albert Brooks when Albert Brooks wanted to have the pre-funeral before he died because he wanted, he said, why do we have funerals for people after they're dead? And so they do, and then Larry gets up and speaks and makes a charade out of it.
There was I watched a Curb episode where it was with Nick Kroll, and there was an ugly section and a good-looking section in
Yes.
the restaurant.
Yes.
And the whole time, Larry is like, "You won't admit that there's an ugly and beautiful section until somebody has a heart attack." And he goes, "Help! Somebody's dying in the ugly section." It's so good.
You've been doing a Curb rewatch.
Yeah.
What was the episode, or one of my favorite episodes that involves a restaurant, is with Jason Alexander and Larry. What was it called? The not the tip, but the other thing, the other tip that was on the menu. It was like the regular tip, and it was like
Extra
nautical-
added gratuity or something like that.
it was like a captain's tip. Is that what it was called?
yes,
Yeah.
the
And Larry
captain's
was
tip.
like, "What is this?" Like he
Yeah.
was so annoyed, and I think Jason Alexander gave a bigger tip, and he was
Yes.
trying to find out how much Jason Alexander had tipped.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so good! What a great show.
I remember there was a good Jerry Seinfeld story where Seinfeld was in the early episodes of Seinfeld, and he goes up to Larry David, and I forget what the context was, but he was like, this isn't real. Like, no one would do this. Like, this isn't a problem somebody would have. And Larry's like, no, I went here and I had this problem. Like, this is, and there very quickly, Jerry was like, oh, okay, this is what the show is. The show is just the life of Larry David, but I'm Jerry Seinfeld.
Yep, exactly.
This is so fun.
And especially Jason Alexander's character, George, was most definitely very based off of Larry David.
Oh, I think, yeah, Costanza definitely is.
Yeah, I mean, he's talked about it. When they did a reunion season of Curb, a very funny season, and of Seinfeld on Curb, and George, his foibles were a lot of the Larry David foibles from previous seasons.
Exactly.
Josh, did you ever see New Girl? Were you a New Girl guy?
Yeah, I think I stopped watching after season like 3 or 4, though.
I never heard of New Girl.
It was on Fox like 16 years ago.
Oh my God.
Zoe Deschanel plays
Deschanel.
a ukulele.
Oh yeah, I've never heard of this.
It was pretty funny.
It's a pretty funny show. I've been compared to multiple characters on New Girl, and I don't know if they were insult. Like a girl came up to me and said, "You remind me of Schmidt," and I was like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Ended up being a great thing. And then one girl came up to me and said, "You remind me of Nick," and I go, "That is not a good thing at all." No, not Nick Grimm. To be reminded of Nick Grimm means that I can grow a mustache. That would be very nice.
Someday you'll get there.
You have a beard. You can definitely grow.
No,
a mustache.
my mustache is not good. I don't have a good mustache game.
You should show us. Do that for the celebration of life.
I did it on the morning show one time, and the jokes were like, Gary was very funny. He was like, "I've been distracted the entire show."
Oh,
This has
wow.
been really, it was bad. It was a bad mustache. It was a really bad one. But,
Stibbs writes, Zoe, heart emoji. Interesting.
Wow, bonk Stibbs. Bonk.
Bonk Stibbs.
Hey,
Bonk Stibbs.
what is that green College World Series polo, John? Like that's
It's a green College World Series polo.
but when
Can't argue with that, John.
Oh my God!
It's a nice looking polo.
I know.
I mean, I got it. I don't remember who gave
It
it,
was
to me.
a couple
Someone gave
years.
It, to me last
It was a
year.
couple years. Oh, was that one last year? Because I thought a couple years ago, Prudon just had a bunch of old CWS
Oh no, it is
stuff.
2024, so it is 2
Yeah.
years ago.
Because I got a blue and gray one.
I was like, did they play the CWS during St. Patty's Day? I was like, is that the St. Patty's Day uniform?
You know what? It's funny you say that, Matt. It reminds me, I don't have a whole lot of green stuff. I do not have many clothing items that have the color green.
I think this might be the only, unless you count. Well, no, I think the Southwest.
Yeah, you wore that hoodie yesterday,
but that's
right?
a deep deep green, very deep.
Yeah, that's true.
I
It's
went
like darker than forest green.
I went to a
very
high
deep.
school that had
Thanks, Glenn.
that was green, so I have a lot.
So you have lots of
had.
green.
Well, had I don't really wear my high school.
Now, my wife has plenty of green. She wears green almost all the time.
Is there a color in your wardrobe that you just don't have? I don't have anything
Green.
yellow. I have no.
I have a few yellow
I have
stuff
no
things.
yellow stuff, and I don't buy any yellow stuff.
I have
Red.
I have a
Got him.
I have some yellow
Oh, thanks, Glenn.
running related things. I really like bright, loud colors for
Yeah.
my running gear.
So when you're running at night, you can't be hit by cars.
I don't run at night, but I mean, no, I just like being loud on the loud in clothing.
Connor
think,
just
I
insulted.
mean, obviously purple. I don't really have a lot of purple.
I had
Correct.
a purple shirt. I liked it a lot. It was for
Brown.
a Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I
show.
think purple is my second most used color in my wardrobe.
Really?
I love the color purple.
Go Lakers.
You can ask Chris Prudon when Chris Prudon goes places and asks me, "Hey, would you
Yeah.
like me to buy you something?" I often get something that's purple. I just
You know, it's
really
funny.
like the color.
Josh, you just mentioned the Lakers. When I think purple in sports,
I think the Vikings.
the Lakers are not. They're not even within. I mean, it's
You think
Minnesota,
Who you think
Kansas
next?
State.
Kansas State is
You
the
think Kansas
second.
State more than the Lakers?
Yes.
Come on, John.
No, because I've always thought of the Lakers
Gold.
more. I've always thought of the Lakers more as
Yellow.
blue and gold.
Blue, but
Not-
they're purple.
Oh, that is such an old man take.
They're
Such
purple.
an
Old man.
old man
What?
take.
But they're purple. I
Blue
thought I
and
was the guy
gold.
who was colorblind.
They're blue and
How are
gold.
they blue?
wore
They're not
blue.
blue. They're
They
purple.
wore blue back in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, it's not the 60s and hell, the 50s and 60s when they were in
I
Minneapolis.
just never thought of it that way. I guess when I see them, I just never
Wow.
think of it that
They
way.
are the purple and gold. That is what they are.
Yeah, John.
I've never thought of them that way.
Well,
Well, maybe
I
you
really
should
haven't.
start.
maybe some of those people were right.
a few years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago, I realized that most of my clothes were black, and I wanted to try to pivot
What a
away
shocker.
from just black clothes. It's not. I was an emo kid.
I know.
Don't say that.
And in
Don't talk
don't
about
say
what
you're
you
an
were
emo
like in
kid.
high
We
school.
can't be talking
No
about
more
this
high
anymore.
school talk. That high
Thank
school
you,
is
Matt.
banned from this
Thank
show.
you. And
You're
we'll
no
be
longer
college
to
talk.
talk about prep.
College talk only.
Over the last few years, when I made this realization, I've accidentally bought a lot of blue. I have a lot of blue clothing now. I have more blue than black clothing at this point.
That should be your new bit where you guys, like, you have no idea who any of these people are, and then they step on Nebraska's campus, and you're like, who is this new person? I've never heard of him.
Matt, honestly, this could be us reaching our final form. If this means we never talk recruiting again, I guess we're never talking recruiting again. We are done with it.
I mean, sure.
Sign
That's the ironic thing is we don't really talk recruiting that
This
much.
is not the old days.
No.
We used to talk about it every week.
Thank God.
Multiple times.
We used to interview minors on
That'd
this
be-
radio.
I'm
That'd
so
be-
glad you guys don't make me do that like you made Stibbs do it.
I think it'd be very funny, like, if there was, like, Nebraska got a really big commitment, and everybody was talking about it, and you guys just didn't.
ignore it.
And then
I mean, we mention it, but
and then-
I mean, it's
and then
not-
the
you know,
rosters,
down.
the rosters came out, and you go, "Oh, who is this Ahmad Hudson guy? I've
No,
never
we've-
heard of him."
Or we just start talking about it once he shows up like we've been talking about him the whole time. Well, we talked about it, John, back in July. It is a really big get for them and all those types of things. God.
My mother,
Dodson.
my mother is doing my current nightmare right now. Where
What's she doing?
She woke up this morning at 3:00 in the morning.
Okay.
She then took a 5 a.m. flight to New York.
Oh.
She then packed my sister's bags, who's finishing up her first year at Fordham, is now driving back to LaGuardia to get onto a flight to then go back to Chicago on the same day.
Why
Gross.
Fordham?
Is she listening to this show?
Mom, no, probably not.
No. Okay.
Why Fordham? I don't know. Ask my sister. I'm not my sister. I'm not. I have no
thought
idea.
you would talk to your siblings.
No. I mean, I go, hey, how you doing? You're doing great. Great. I love you. You look great. Awesome. Great.
Wow. What a nice brother.
I am
You
a good
sound
brother.
like an incredible sibling, Matt.
I,
How are you?
I'm like, you want a beer? I'm like, you even old enough yet? Can you
Is
even
she,
drink?
can she have a beer?
No.
Will she be allowed? No. Bummer.
But like, even my brother, like, he didn't even drink until I was like, in Thanksgiving, I'll go, you have to have a beer with me. You have to drink with me. Like, this is ridiculous.
I'm going to peer pressure you into drinking.
1,000,000%. It's
Wow,
Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is a drinking holiday with your family.
Or a cousin walk holiday. It could be a cousin walk thing.
I never
Sam
did the
writes-
cousin walk.
As someone who finds football recruiting radio to be the most boring content ever, God, I wish my brain thought it was a strong argument to be like talking about minors on the radio, weirdos. If you wanted to stop us talking about it 10 years ago, maybe that was the angle you should have taken. I don't like this topic. Just don't talk about these young people. And then maybe we would have moved on.
I've enjoyed this week. This has been a
Oh, very interesting.
I've enjoyed watching all of the stupidity happen. That has been. I've had a lot of laughs. I've just been laughing. I was like, this is ridiculous. And this is insane.
I'm happy for you, Matt. I'm happy that you're laughing.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Josh. I'm sorry.
Whatever. Is what it is.
Yep. And now it's the weekend. And it's
now
a glorious weekend.
It is. It's going to be a great weekend. 70s, maybe 80s. So I don't have to listen to people complaining about it. It's so cold.
It has, but I mean, admittedly, we've had like a lot of great weather, and then the weekends have arrived, and the weather has been
Yeah,
bad.
exactly. No. Opposite. The weather during the week hasn't been great, but then the weekends end up being good. Like last
Do
week.
you think so? I feel like it's
Last
been,
weekend was a great weekend.
I feel like it's been the other way around.
No.
Well, last weekend was good. Last weekend was good, but I didn't want. See, it's funny. Last weekend I wanted it colder for my marathon, and I'm being,
selfish.
runner's temperature.
Oh, that's right. Last weekend it was 185
No,
runner's
it was
temperature.
Just add 20 degrees. Don't add 120.
I
degrees.
melted.
It was quite warm last week. Quite warm.
If I would have come out to watch you, which I was never going to do.
Sad. Thanks
but-
for supporting me.
But if I were, I was going to bring a giant thermometer with a sign that says, take whatever temperature you read and add 100 degrees to it. And that's what you feel like right now.
And then I think runners would have said, thank you. You finally understand the plight that we are going
And
through.
some of them would have just fallen on the ground and gone, oh my God.
John seems like the type of spectator at a marathon that would be drinking the water.
Whoa, John. You're
He'd
not
be-
allowed to drink the
He'd
water.
be standing
That's
out there being
our
like,
water.
I'm like, I'm thirsty. There's just water
I
here.
would not drink your water.
Wow, it's like you're on Arrakis with that kind of attitude.
I'd be standing,
Water's important.
I'd be out there with my old styles,
Hell yeah.
drinking an old style.
That's the one
and going, why am I out here?
That's the one negative about the
Why am I
Lincoln
watching this boring thing?
about the Lincoln Marathon is when you finish, you don't get a brew. At a lot of marathons, you finish, including Matt's hometown marathon. you get a cold Goose Island, but not in Lincoln.
Yeah, not the good one.
Let's start a hashtag. Bring beer
Well,
to Lincoln.
Is that normal for every marathon, or
It's
is that
normal
just
for a lot of them? Yeah.
Is it?
Yep. At the end of
In Boston, do they hand you a book of slurs?
No. It says poster board.
They
Actually.
have a special
It
beer.
says, here are accepted words that you can use if you're an anonymous troll on the internet.
They have a special beer can that when you open it, it calls you that word that person called you on
Oh
Twitter.
wow,
John.
a lot of Husker burners have run in Boston Marathon. Then apparently,
I mean, one of the
Well, no, the runners have learned all the good slurs from
stolen
them.
valor, stolen valor.
I mean, one of the main guys the guy that started this whole thing, his Twitter handle was Celtic Husker.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
he's
true.
a Celtic. He's a Bostonian.
Go Sixers, man! That was
Go
hilarious.
Sixers.
I've never been so happy that Boston fell down.
There were people
That's
who
what
made
started all of this. He's
Hey, been a bad
Celtic Huskers just mad that the Celtics lost.
great
What?
comment from Skibbs here. Goose
is
Island
a
might be
bad
the last
comment.
thing I'd want after running.
Oh,
26 miles.
Yeah,
It's
I'd agree.
awesome.
Yeah, I'd agree.
It's why
You talking about the IPA?
Yeah.
it is. No, it's a specific. It's a pale ale, and it is specifically brewed for the marathon.
Yeah, but isn't it like
It's an IPA. It's a Goose
It's a pale
IPA.
ale. Okay, sorry, you guys aren't beer knowers. Pale ale is not an IPA.
It's a PA.
push those glasses up your nose?
Sorry,
John.
put your
Sorry that I
flannel
don't
on.
think.
Go ahead and put your
Well,
flannel on. Go.
actually-
Let me go and get my lumberjack outfit for when I drink my IPAs.
It'd be like if I said, John, Creighton has 4 points tonight. You would say, no, they're called runs, Josh. You would also want to correct me. So sorry that I'm
A
correcting
square is a rectangle, but
you.
a rectangle
that's
is
something
not
that
a
Nick would
square.
say. I wouldn't say something about
So-
it. like
It's
that.
gravity.
Okay.
So yeah, you get one. It's awesome. Now, do I have it right away? No, because my tummy usually hurts.
Your
Yeah,
tummy.
there's no. I mean, I would just need water and Gatorade. There's no way I would.
Yeah. But man,
Of course, I wouldn't be dumb enough to run that.
I
long.
actually
John, it's so rewarding.
Not to pander, I actually do think old style, because it's got that sweetness, would actually be an incredible beer to have after a marathon. Admittingly so, I'm with John here. I will never experience the beer after a marathon, because to
should,
do
man.
that, you have to run a marathon,
It's
which I
so
will never
rewarding.
Exactly. It's better to experience a beer after a gas mo.
I
Or it's
cannot
just-
recommend the feeling of running a marathon more. It changes your life.
do. Actually, as you think a beer after a gasmo, you taste a little gasoline on your IPA afterwards.
Oh.
I mean, all
No,
the
no, no, no.
all the
Okay,
stench is in your
the
in
gas
your
goes in the
nostrils.
mower, not on you.
Well, maybe.
Oh,
that's
wait a
an
minute.
idiot.
Hold on a second. Let me
To be
pour some
fair,
gas
I'm-
on the lid of this can.
I'm-
Oh, there we go.
To the surprise of nobody, I've never mowed before. So
You've never mowed a lawn?
Oh, dear God.
He had,
on
he,
earth?
okay, he grew
What are they
up.
teaching you in Skokie?
He grew up with money. He had a guy who would do that.
okay, first off, let's just be a little careful here with throwing around
yeah.
Matt growing up with money. Okay, we were not living
Did you
at
have
the
someone who
home.
mowed your
Matt
lawn?
We were not
standing out
living in
there
a
on the-
home
on the
alone.
front
I forgot
porch
it was
drinking
okay for
while
you
he
to
watches
insult
the
us.
help mowing.
Well,
Matt,
that
did
was
you
a
have
little,
someone that
but
mowed
I'm
your
just
lawn?
saying that's just incorrect.
Did you have someone that mowed your lawn?
Well, you say a lot of things about me that are incorrect.
Matt, did you have someone that mowed your
Whoa.
lawn?
Yes, I did.
There we go. He had someone that mowed his lawn.
All right.
Wow.
Avelio, he'd come and he'd do it. He was a great guy. He was-
Who?
Avelio.
Let's all be on our P's and Q's here, boys.
What?
Let's
He was a
all be
great
on our
family friend of mine. He was a great family friend of mine.
Why? I mean, it's
My dad hates mowing the lawn. They
what's
hire
your
someone.
what's your brother and sister situation?
What do you mean I have them?
I think he wants to know how old they are.
Yeah, what do you have? And what are your
Um,
siblings?
Chrissy is 29, 28, and Lou is 19.
So there are 3 kids.
Yep.
And none of them mowed.
No, none of us mowed.
Wow.
Pops mowed.
I
Pops
think Nick's
mowed.
right.
Pops mowed until I was about 14, and then Pops got old and didn't really want
So
to
why
do it
didn't
anymore.
Pops hand the baton off to y'all?
I
and-
don't think he found it was necessary, and I also think he just didn't trust us to do it exceptionally.
I mean, my
So,
dad didn't like how I mowed, but he still taught me how to mow.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's part of the
we
growing
shoveled.
up
I'll
process.
say this:
It
we
is
shoveled.
part of being a child is you have to mow the lawn,
Yes.
even though you hate it.
I mean, it snowed a lot growing up, so we shoveled. I mean, we shoveled more than anything. I mean, I remember being woken up at like 3:30 in the morning, being like, "Hey, you got to get ahead of this, or by the time you wake up, it's going to be too much."
Matt, do you want to come over and mow my lawn sometime? You can see what it's like. You can
No.
get some gas on your hands.
I have no.
Or
and
your
on your
beer.
beer, apparently.
I mean, maybe I would mow to experience the gasoline beer after. I think that would be quite.
No, it's not
experience.
gasoline beer. It's just beer after a gas mow.
It's
I
a
have-
normal thing, Matt.
It's a very normal beer after a very normal gas mow.
I have found that the after hockey beer is actually quite a great beer to have. I've very much
Interesting.
enjoyed it.
I thought all beer was drunk during the hockey.
Well, I mean, and before, but like the one that you're really sweating afterwards, and you down that sucker.
Oh,
That's
you're
a
talking
really
about
good beer.
playing the hockey. I thought you were talking about watching.
Are you going to have, Matt, are you going to have a airport beer later today?
Beers, multiple beers, if
There
I'm
we
gonna
go.
fly.
Speaking
So,
of, we should probably let you go, huh? You got to get home and pack.
Oh,
yeah, it's gonna be. I'm gonna pack like a suit, 3 sweatpants, 4 pairs of underwear, a couple of shirts and socks. That's all I'm gonna.
that's a lot of things to pack.
No, it's not. That's like 9 things. I mean, unfortunately, I have to like pack everything in a non-backpack. Everything recently when I've been flying, I just pack everything in a backpack, and I have to pack an actual suitcase this time. It sucks.
Are you packing your own utensils for the gourmet meal you're having at this celebration?
No, they'll be provided there, but this
Oh.
is a lot of finger food that we'll be eating. Fortunately,
Mm.
God, Abuela's making empanadas. It's gonna be
Nice.
Is this the same person that mowed the lawn?
no. Abuela did not mow my lawn.
Oh, okay.
That Avelio was our family friend. Who
Oh,
Avelio will be there because Avelio is a good part of our family.
Okay.
Happer says that you can come mow his dirt lawn, Matt.
I'm sure Happer would love for me to go and mow his lawn, and so he can critique me and tell me how I'm doing it wrong the entire time.
Oh, you get the
right
full.
now it's just dirt, so
You get the full experience. That's how my dad taught me how to mow.
I don't need to
You're
mow.
not doing it right.
I don't want to mow. I
says he doesn't.
out on mowing. You guys are out on talking about high school recruits. I'm out on mowing.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough.
We all have our slants.
Have a great weekend.
I will try.
All right. Be careful out there. We will be back. It's a One Beer Friday Grum.
Let's go.
Live from the ballpark on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
John, what's your favorite food item that you've ever eaten that you didn't know what it was when you started taking a bite?
That's a great question.
Doesn't usually happen to me.
To be fair,
You know what it is? It's them little cookies you get at Christmas.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You know those little cookies? It's the white snowball looking ones.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
Is that
I don't like those.
is that the divinity or is that something else?
I thought it was called Russian wedding cake or something like that. Russian wedding cookie.
But you know what it is? It looks
Yeah.
like a powdered donut hole.
Yep.
But it's not.
Yeah, it's like spiky.
And it's very dry.
Isn't that a coconut monstrosity?
No, there's no coconut in it
Oh man, I hate coconut.
that I know of.
I hate coconut.
Because it's always at Christmas time. Is that called divinity?
Let's see.
I've
Christmas cookie divinity.
yeah, well, show me divinity. Dang.
One of those things. Oh, is that what you're talking about?
No.
You're talking about one that looks like
no.
spiky, right?
No, it's not spiky. It looks like a donut hole, a powdered
John,
sugar
is it
donut
a
hole.
Google Russian tea cookie? Is it one of those?
Is a snowball cookie?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I
Okay.
thought it had like a more unique name, not just snowball cookie. What did you
Interesting.
say? Russian?
Well, there's Russian tea cake, Mexican wedding cookie, snowball cookie, butterball.
Russian tea cake. Actually, you know what? I think that's what this is. Buttery, melt in your mouth cookies made with flour, butter, finely chopped nuts. This is it.
Oh, okay. I
Yep.
don't know if I've ever
Russian
had one of
tea
those.
cake.
Page's
I've been
grandma
eating
makes
Russian
those
tea
for us
cake.
every
Oh my
year.
God, I'm a communist.
Commie John.
Commie.
First he was a lib, now he's a commie.
Well,
It's a slippery
I mean,
slope.
I mean,
Mhm.
yeah, once you go live, then eventually you transition to commie.
I can't wait, Nick,
so
for
I'm-
next Monday
is
when
this
John's
like
like,
this-
I love Karl Marx. He's a
this
great
like the-
writer.
Have
Is
you
this like
guys
the
read
7
this book?
stages of becoming ultra left?
Uh-huh.
At what stage do I become AOC?
I think
5 or
that's
6?
I think that's the last stage.
Is that
Yeah.
the last stage?
You're getting there.
Is she the last stage?
Well, probably Karl Marx is. I mean, you have to be
so
Karl
she'd be like
Marx.
6.
Yeah.
So when
5
I
or
get to
6.
her stage, do I
6,
learn
7?
how to make a good Moscow Mule or something?
I don't know. You'll have to. Again, that's the Karl Marx stage.
Yeah,
I believe
Josh
he
and I
invented the
haven't gotten
Moscow
there yet.
Mule. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like Moscow Mules. I'm not a huge fan of them.
Oh, I love
Really?
them.
Yeah, I'm just they're fine. They're fine.
I haven't had one in a while, but I love them.
They're delicious.
I love them.
They're delicious.
Mm.
Well, welcome to the Grum. It must be Friday because the show is starting off on a weird note. But don't worry, we'll get serious and all angry soon.
I am not serious, nor am I angry.
Are you saying we're gonna get emo?
No, stop
no,
saying that
really
word.
good at that.
No more emo.
That
Keep
is a
your
slur.
damn emo out of this.
That's a slur now.
I can feel myself regressing back to my high school self again.
Oh, here we go.
I'm gonna listen to Radiohead and cry.
Here is your Grum Down. By the way, we're live at the ballpark today because Creighton's getting ready for its final Big East home series of the year against the Georgetown Hoyas.
It is
Coverage
amazing.
on 1180 or Yacht Rock 1180
Mm.
at 6 o'clock, and Connor and I will be on the ESPN Plus
1180 the yacht.
Baseball weekend.
Oh man, well you just mentioned it. We're
Teams
here at a
making
baseball game.
moves. Jay's trying to stay in first place. Huskers trying to
Host a playoff game.
Correct.
That's what they're trying to do.
correct.
That's what they're trying to do.
Are we still addressing this?
Great question, John. Are we?
I guess so. Private NIL. Under the Table is still alive and well. We've
Thank
got
God.
some facts and figures for you.
These are very interesting facts and figures. Very interesting.
Jack Mitchell will be along today at about 3:15. So I guess it's another. I mean, we can't even call it the Super Friends Roundtable anymore. We haven't done a proper Super Friends Roundtable in a while.
Not. It's just let's just play his old open.
Yeah.
Jack Mitchell's triggered on Twitter.com.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's live or I know he's live. I don't know if he's on the video or on the phone. He has not responded to my text. He's probably walking Reggie right now, his dog.
I see. Yeah. Kent's Movie Club, The Mummy.
Emotep. I can't wait to talk about the guy who got his tongue and eyes ripped out. I have a story to tell about that.
Did you get your tongue and eyes ripped out once?
Thankfully, no.
Oh.
Thankfully, no. And also, John's movie pick is going to stun the entire audience. I have never, ever received a movie club pick from you that blew my mind more than what you sent. I couldn't believe. I mean, it fits with you going left, so it makes sense from that perspective. I couldn't.
Wait, this is a political movie?
No, it's I'll explain later.
All right.
I told Riss, we were eating lunch, and I said, yeah, here's what John's pick was. And she said, what? She couldn't believe. She said, I can't believe it. So get ready. I want to know how this even came up onto your algorithm.
I was just searching. I was searching Paramount.
Have you watched it yet?
I've never seen it.
Okay, awesome.
That's why I wanted to. That's why I was curious. I've never seen it.
It's a very funny movie. Very funny movie.
Big 12 don't want your filthy money.
Nice. Ooh.
Predictions. Will Nebraska be a top seed? It is a one beer Friday. And by the way, let's get this out right now. We have
how many?
5 pair.
5 pair.
We have 5
and
pair.
Don't forget that at any point during the show, John. 5 pair.
I promise. 5 pair of tickets to see George Thorogood and the Destroyers May 17th at the Astro Amphitheater. We're giving those away today to the first. Well, not the first.
Not the first.
It's any 5 at random. But send us a pic of what you're drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday. Send it to us in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. And Nick will pick 5 at random. You don't have, if you can't get them in today, we understand. But if it's tomorrow, if it's Sunday,
you have all weekend.
You have all weekend.
To do a one beer Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What? It's not one beer weekend.
Any day is a good day for drinking.
Listen, we've had.
It's a good time for drinking.
I mean, we allow people to send us their cocktails.
It's true.
True. Okay. All right.
So
we're just
why
moving
not
goalposts.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll allow
we're
it.
good at moving goalposts.
I'll allow it.
Send it to us, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. We're going to pick 5 at random this weekend for some George Thorogood tickets. And
oh, baby.
yeah.
You can feel it everywhere, but the party time all over tonight.
Everybody sing.
Friday night is a great night for football. Friday night's a great night for football. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. It's gonna be a hell of a fight.
We got a great night for tonight. The Friday night Fox schedule is out.
Oh, baby, this is great.
And looky there, November the 6th.
Remember the month of November.
Nebraska at Illinois. When's the last time these teams didn't play on a Friday? Oh, yeah, it's that one time where Nebraska's offensive line coach went after Scott Frost after the game.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Wow, that's true. The last time they didn't play on a Friday was 2021, and that was week 0.
Yeah.
Then the year before that was COVID. The last time Nebraska and Illinois just had like a normal run-of-the-mill Saturday game
in the middle of the season
was 2019, and that game was weird as hell. Nebraska was down big early, and they came back and won 42-38.
That's the game where it seemed like Wandale was going to get murdered.
He got hit a lot in that game because he was a running back because Scott Frost wasn't very good at recruiting running backs. People forget.
But Nebraska is going to play Illinois on November 6th. When you look down the schedule, one of the interesting things I noticed,
multiple teams
in back-to-back weeks are playing back-to-back Friday night games. It starts on September 25th. Northwestern is at Indiana. Then the following Friday, Penn State opens up Northwestern's new stadium.
Yes.
So Northwestern back-to-back. Then after that, Iowa goes to Washington
Go
on October
Hawks.
9th. And then Washington goes to Purdue the following Friday. Then there's going to be a couple weeks off because of baseball.
Oh, man, the season's almost over by this point.
And
It's sad.
this Nebraska-Illinois game is the first of 2 straight weekends that the Illini are playing on back-to-back Fridays. So it's kind of interesting how they worked all this out. Now,
that follows, by the way, of course, Nebraska-Illinois follows the Halloween game against Washington.
And that's what I wanted to look at, because what something I did today was I was curious about how, these games are going to fit into the schedule. Now we don't know the rest of the kickoff times, if other games are going to move or not. So
Correct.
This is just going off of what we know today. But so as you said, Nebraska is going to be coming off the Washington game.
Yep.
On Halloween. Which obviously is going to be a tough game. So they're going to have short rest.
And people have been talking about that being a night game too. And obviously you can't control that now. You
Right.
never know what's going to happen. But if that's even a later game in the day with the short rest and the short turnaround, that's going to be tough.
It could be spooky.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Washington going into that game against Nebraska will be on 15 days rest.
Yes, they
Because
will.
they're going to play the Friday
against Purdue.
Against Purdue. Then they're going to have on idle week. Then they play Nebraska. So Washington's going to have 15 days rest coming into Lincoln. Meanwhile, Nebraska is going to be coming off that Washington game only on 6 days.
6 days.
And then playing the game against Illinois before traveling to Rutgers the following week. So it's very interesting how it fits into the schedule and how Washington is going to have extra days rest and an extra days rest.
This is a good reminder that now that we know the Friday game, we know the schedule. Nothing else is going to get moved around. We don't know the kickoff times for stuff, but no other games are going to get moved. And so we can maybe we do this next week, the rest advantage, disadvantage calculator to see where Nebraska is at in these games. Because was it 2 years ago that they were like always, or was it last year that they were pretty much always at a disadvantage, where when they had a bye week, their opponent had one as well, and sometimes their opponents had them before they did, and it ended up being a net negative.
Yeah.
Let's see where that's at now. Again, the schedule's locked. There will be no more moving around. There will be no more Friday games. I'm surprised. I don't know what your reaction was. I mean, when you put it the way you did a couple minutes ago, maybe it makes sense. Nebraska and Illinois often play on Friday, but I really thought that the Michigan State game was going to be the pick for this. It is not. Go back. That was one of the Northwestern. Oh, that was the Indiana Northwestern game. That was the one that was on the 25th. So I guess that makes sense, right? That's Indiana's first Big Ten home game of the year after the national championship.
And Michigan State's already on Friday. They're playing on the 20th, November 20th against Oregon at home. So obviously Illinois didn't have an issue with this, but the Illini, by the way, taking a look, Illinois going into the Friday game will be coming off a road game at Maryland.
Which I saw a joke made on Twitter earlier today about, oh, that's really good for them. Nebraska had a great time coming off the Maryland game last year and playing on Friday. That was the game right before Minnesota.
Now, the difference is Nebraska went back on the road. Illinois is going to be hosting on Friday. So there you go. It is a great night for football.
God, we're in kickoff time season. This is a glorious time of year. I love everything about this week. It's been a great week. We got kickoff times yesterday, and now we get another kickoff time today. I'll look back on this week fondly the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Well, it ain't over yet, kids.
No, we got a few hours left of the show.
Yeah, we do.
By the way, I got a text from my wife who, about your movie pick, said, I was not that shocked, LOL.
Oh.
That said, Josh Otson was curious and asked about it. He said, whoa, legit shocked. So we'll find out later
so
on.
funny how
God,
how
I'm excited.
How often I surprise you people with my movies.
Mm-hmm. You very much do. Except when you don't, when you just do the Netflix top 10 of a fishing movie or whatever that
That happened one time.
One of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Oh. Well, listen, there's been many worse picked in this segment, but we'll find out later. You'll find out later.
Indeed, we will.
Coming up next, the topic that will not die. And, well, I'll have a few thoughts.
Okay, perfect.
Cool.
Stay tuned on 1620 The Zone. It's appropriate being at a baseball park that we are asking you for your walk-up song.
Oh!
The Bananas and Bangers sweepstakes. You know, the game is coming on June 13th. The Savannah Bananas are at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. You could win a 4-pack of sweet tickets to see the Bananas, get $200 in cash and a free duct cleaning from McCarthy's 1-hour heating and air. Just go online to 1620thezone.com. It is powered by McCarthy's 1-hour heating and air. All right. I'm going to start first by saying I don't believe in media feuds. I abhor media feuds. I think media feuds are the nerd pillow fight of feuds. It's a product of East Coast media, of which I have nothing to do with. So I'm just going to say right off the top, I got no problems with Robbie Lula. I consider Robbie a friend. We've had good times on the radio. I hope we have future good times on the radio. So this is not about starting any stupid media feud, because I'm not into that crap. I will address what has happened today and this week, but then it's going to end right there, because this ain't about no damn feud. It's the furthest thing from my mind. But all the weirdness of this week, and if you're not familiar,
then I'm jealous of you.
I am jealous too. I guess
got
go
called
back
too
to
many slurs for you not to know about this.
Go back to Wednesday. Go back to Wednesday's show, because
Mm-hmm.
that's when we replayed it and then talked about it. It has to do with Trey Taylor and his tweeting, his peer recruiting of players, and the 3-minute segment that we did on it. So you can go back and look at all that crap. I'm not going to relive all of that, but I think this week has reinforced a belief that I have had for a very long time, and that is where and how you get your news matters. And unfortunately, these days it's done very little to advance the discourse or disseminate accurate information. I call it cable noise. Some people disagree with me. I don't care. The cable noise channelification of our society is every bit to blame for the divide in this country, more so than the politicians or the political parties. In fact, I think the cable noise-ification has actually taken the ball from the politicians and run with it and run us right into the damn ditch, because it has led to the pre-filtering of news, which leads the consumer to already have an emotional reaction before the actual information is actually absorbed or disseminated. People already these days, whether it's news or it's sports news, they gravitate to the source that first reinforces their belief system. If you're pro-Husker, you're going to go to very pro-Husker news. If you're pro-Republican, we all know you're going to go to Fox or Newsmax. If you're pro-Democrat, you're going to go to MSNBC or CNN. I mean, we know how this works, okay? It happens in both. But unfortunately, from that moment, the what to think hook has been set. You're already going in with this preconceived idea of whatever it's going to be told. It's going to be told from a certain slant. It's going to be told from a certain angle, and it's going to be there to reinforce your beliefs. And what what the actual story is, and the news and information that follows, is almost immaterial. The audience already knows from the messenger and the subject that this is either good or this is bad, based on who's delivering the message, what the subject of the message is, who the subject of the message is about. And I think that is what has happened this week. When all this crap blew up Tuesday night, and I was doing baseball, so I wasn't really paying attention. And then the next morning, I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And I reached out to Josh and I asked him, where did this all start? And all he had to tell me was it was a post on the message boards. And that answered every damn question I needed. That answered every question I needed. Because the message board dorks already have a preconceived notion of how bad we are over here at 1620 The Zone. Go back through history. Any post or discussion of this radio station on message boards, pro Husker message boards, are usually littered with critical comments about how much we're hated, how much we hate the program, how much we want the program to fail, how much nobody listens anymore, even though those same dorks hated the hosts back then, who they now refer to as the good old days. But, I mean, just go look it up. Anytime this radio station is brought up, particularly on one message board, but it happens on others, it's instantly 90% of the return is negative. Negative, 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 negative. Fine, whatever. So the moment one of these dorks took his gotcha moment recording back to the dork hive, the die was cast. And the story was already written. Hey, did you hear how these guys ripped Trey? Did you guys hear how they made fun of Trey? Though, again, and I will challenge anyone to go back, actually listen, and identify a specific moment where Trey Taylor's Twitter behavior was being ripped. Please. I have asked this question many times of people that I have interacted with away from the radio, and only one person responded back to me with, well, here's this and here's this. And I spoke to that on Wednesday, but I'll do it again for the 100th time, it feels like. I've got zero issues with Trey and his peer recruiting and his use of Twitter in doing so. I have no problem with it. None. The reason I even brought it up in the first place was based on my own fascination with how he's doing it, how aggressive he is doing it, how much the program is endorsing him doing it. Because one thing I have talked about a lot on this show is one of the reasons why Nebraska football isn't what it used to be. It's that they have stopped being able to innovate. Nebraska was first in weight training. Nebraska was first in training. Nebraska was first in a lot of things. They kind of took the ball, they ran with it. Now, it is harder to innovate today than it was in the 60s and the 70s. I get that. But I do see the approach to this recruiting class, the 27 class, Trey Taylor's role in that, how much Trey Taylor's role has been promoted by the university in that, as not innovative, because peer recruiting is not innovative. But it does feel to me that Nebraska is going back to a corner of the fishing pond that maybe folks have started to abandon and trying their luck back at this part of the fishing pond. And for that, I applaud them. I repeat, I applaud them. I like this approach because it's a little bit of zig where everyone else is zagging. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to be successful, but I applaud the effort. Win or lose, I applaud the effort. So my personal fascination with how Trey is using his Twitter, that's where that comes from. Now, the one thing I will criticize and did was the use or the promotion of having adults tweet at kids. That is something Josh and I have long said we're not a fan of. Just not. I think personally it leads to a slippery slope, especially in this transactional world of football where players are coming and going all the time. I just think it can lead to bad consequences on the back end of the relationship. And so I don't believe in that personally. But that's a philosophical difference. But the rest of the stuff that Trey is doing, got no problem with it. I have no problem with it whatsoever. So I will reemphasize that zero problem with it. Keep doing what you're doing and keep fighting the good fight, because I think it might help, and it might help Nebraska in a part of the fishing pond that, maybe others aren't using. Now, I will also say in that segment, if the way it got turned towards Emo Nick led to a guilt by association moment where comparing Emo Nick's Twitter back in the 2000s to Trey's Twitter today, if that created a guilt by association moment and that was perceived to have been a slight, again, I'll take the L on that and say, yeah, I understand where that confusion came from. But again, I would challenge anybody. Go in and look and tell me what specifically was said that made it sound like we were dissing or I was dissing Trey Taylor. So this is where my disappointment today comes from. And I'm sorry I'm going long here. But normally responsible folks then also took what the message board dork's message was and ran with it. The news this week that Trey Taylor is getting interest from Ohio State is interesting. It's also convenient given the circumstances. But if you read the intel from the recruiting analysts, this flirtation had started a couple of weeks ago. So it's got nothing to do with whatever happened this week. Go look it up. You can do it yourself. The idea that Trey would leave because the message board dorks think he's being assailed by 1620 is laughable. It's Ohio State. You remember them. Ohio State. Next to Alabama, the most dominant college football program of this century. You know, Ohio State, the program who, over the last 25 years, has a veritable all-pro team of offensive linemen, running backs, and wide receivers, either who have played successfully or are playing today in the NFL. You know, Ohio State, a team that is reported to have a $40 to $50 million roster, much more money than Nebraska has. That Ohio State. We aren't talking about Valdosta State here. So yes, I will admit, the idea that Trey would leave Nebraska for Ohio State because of 1620 would be worth losing your mind over because it doesn't make a lick of sense. Not a lick of sense. So in closing, the message boards are going to do what they do. They're going to hate on us. Fine. All I would ask is, especially to those of you who do know better, and there's more of you than there are of them, when you take in the information, be your own judge, own your own emotions. Don't let somebody else's emotions carry you into a direction that you may or may not want to be. It's silly to me that this thing blew up in the first place. Again, I will repeat, if there was any confusion caused because of the way that Nick's emo came up in the process of that conversation, I will take ownership for that. And for that, I am sorry. But there was nothing said in that segment that made fun of Trey Taylor and made Trey Taylor out to be some weirdo on Twitter. I like that they're trying something different, and I'm fascinated by the fact that he is doing this and the program is endorsing it. And I look forward to seeing what the results are, good or bad. At least they're trying something. So anyway, Trey, do what you do. Good luck, son, in your journey. Keep working on your game. Keep trying to get people that will help you work at your game and help you do it better. And that's all I got to say about that. Any thoughts? Or should we go to break?
I mean, we have Jack coming up. People were saying, why isn't Josh talking? You were on a roll. It wasn't going to stop there.
It feels like most of the stuff was directed at me.
Yeah, I know.
Apologize. But in fairness to my colleagues, Nick and Josh taking strays in the way that they have also makes me sick.
Yeah. I'm with you. I still can't believe that this week has turned into what it does. Is it was just a few minutes at the end of a segment just to kill a couple seconds before we move on to whatever we were going to do next. I am very surprised. I am always surprised when people think that a radio show ever has any sort of power that could result in a player moving on to go somewhere else. And certainly, like you said, no offense to Valdosta State, they caught some strays there. But
sorry, Valdosta State.
That anyone would think, yeah, he's going to Ohio State, a place very known for its normalcy and excellent online fan behavior.
Yeah.
That's the
same program that tried to run Ryan Day out right before they won a national title.
Yeah, that's the place that they are going to go. So, I'm with you. I agree. I've been very surprised that the making fun of Nick was taken at making fun of Trey, because obviously that was not the case.
He's way cooler than I am.
And we'll continue to make fun of Nick moving forward.
Yes, we will. All right, we'll take a break. Jack Mitchell's going to join us, and someone else can do the talking on 1620 The Zone.
stream.
So is this a round table or is this just another short Zoom meeting?
Well, we got Kent coming up in like 25 minutes, so probably another short Zoom meeting.
I guess so.
Good. Some movie talk on sports radio. Great.
I agree. It's great to break up the Friday doldrums with a little movie talk.
Man, I wish
This show is strictly a John and Josh convention.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
What?
There's a lot of Johnny-come-latelys that want to tell you guys you don't know what you're doing. You're wrong about something.
Sure.
I have the world record for both of you in doing that. So why don't you ask the master? Oh, I've disagreed with you. I disagree. I started disagreeing with one of you during the George W. Bush administration. And so now everybody thinks now this is the hot new cool thing. And they think now you want to we had a movie segment coming on to cut my segment short. Great job. You really got, how to.
Normally we do this in the happy hour,
but you can't do it today in the happy hour.
Sorry, I'm going to support my university's baseball team, right? And obviously I'm there to sabotage it secretly somehow.
What about 250? You could have joined us at 250.
I got to pick up my daughter. From school. I could have talked to you on the phone. I thought you wanted to see my face. Look, I'm a busy man.
Go to Uber home on a Friday.
That's not a bad idea.
There you go.
It's not a bad idea.
What should we talk about?
I was going to ask Jack about the Friday night Illinois game. That was what I wanted.
That is a good point.
That's what everyone.
I mean,
Jack, you're going to get your Friday afternoon show off, so like that's a positive from that perspective.
Yeah, I have half of it. Oh yeah. Oh no, I see on the Illinois game. Yeah, I guess so. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
if it exists,
you dislike the Friday night games. I figured of anybody in my life that would like them, you seem to be someone who would like dig the opportunity to get a win and have the whole weekend as your oyster.
I don't think
whole week.
If I did express that at some point, I don't think that's where I am now. I don't think that's where I am. Oh, maybe you just saw that on the message boards. Oh, Jack is constantly, and you just adopted it without getting to know me. Weird.
Might have been what I saw.
Maybe you might have heard some things and not really listened to the context they were set in. Interesting. I don't have anything against Friday night games. I support a Friday night game. I'm glad. I don't mind a Friday night game. I don't want a home Friday night game. I'll say that.
Well, I don't think Nebraska does either.
No, but there's a lot I like about a Friday night, one Friday night game a year. I think the biggest objection to these was always the high school football thing, and that was never I was never there on that. So no,
November 6th. This is playoffs, right?
Yes, you are in probably first round of the playoffs, maybe.
No, that's too bad. But
John texts in and says maybe Jack likes his job and enjoys working on Fridays. Is that what it is, Jack?
I like my job. At any afternoon without doing two shows can be a nice way to kind of collect a little relaxation that I need. To say it a really weird way.
Is it
to collect?
That was a very weird way to say it.
It's like an infinity stone. I collect the relaxation stones.
Yeah.
I spent many years working mornings with Jack. One thing I learned is there's no such thing as collecting rest stones or anything like that. You never make up for it until you stop doing it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Interesting though. One thing I would note, it's the playoffs. It's disappointing that we would take away from some high school football players in the area that might be playing in the playoffs. I'm just saying.
Oh man, see again, people not looking out for the kids.
Mm-hmm. They won't be able to watch the game because they'll have to play in a football game.
That's sad. Yeah. What do you think of the idea, though? It's coming, in all seriousness, it's coming 6 days after the Washington game. By the way, Washington will be coming off of 15 days off going into that Nebraska game.
What are you coming off of Washington? Can we stop acting like Washington is? They were in the national championship. Obviously, that was a fluke, and things have changed significantly. They're gonna beat Washington.
You don't think they're good?
No. What, Steve Entman ain't coming through those doors. No, this is Washington.
Wow.
I mean, come on.
Bloodborne material. Washington.
Hold on. Did Washington do last year that led you to believe that this is?
I think they were like 9-4.
Were they?
Yeah.
Can you confirm
They were
that?
They were either 9-4 or 8-5. I know that they were.
I bet they were 8-5. I bet they were 8.
All right, let's look it up together, shall we?
I saw them. I know when I watched them do
9-4.
almost lose to.
9-4.
They should have lost to Rutgers. I saw that. I remember watching
They beat
that.
Rutgers by 19.
They were behind most of that game.
Okay. Now, in fairness to Jack, I will say this. They lost on the road at Wisconsin, which Wisconsin was terrible last year.
Okay, who were their victories against? What was their best
Colorado
win?
State. They
Not
beat Colorado State, UC Davis.
Not
That's
impressive.
FCS school. Washington State,
Not impressive.
Maryland,
Not impressive.
Rutgers,
Not impressive.
Illinois.
Nah, not
Oh,
impressive.
come on. Wow.
Okay, best win. Best win.
Purdue,
Not impressive.
at UCLA,
Not impressive.
and Boise State.
Okay, so they basically did what Nebraska did last year. Got it. Okay.
Except for they won
But they
2
did
more
more of
games.
it. They did
because
more
they
of it.
played.
Lost to Ohio State, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Oregon.
Yep.
So they lost to 2 playoff teams, a team just outside of the playoff in Michigan, and an admittedly bad team. Their loss to Wisconsin way worse than any of
Listen.
Nebraska's losses last year.
You want to? Let me give you some things to complain about these guys for building up opponents in the offseason. Oh, God. And it's not just them, by the way. It's most of you, too. You guys probably love it. I'm the one on the island here. It's you guys, and not you so much, John. More him. And then the message board dorks. You're together. You should go fraternize with them on this. They love doing that. Oh, the Washington game. Watch out for that. I don't know. They might. I'm not saying Nebraska's going to win it for sure, but I'm not going to act like the Washington game is like a.
But that does start. I mean, the Washington game does start that final stretch where you're going to be playing teams like Washington, like Illinois,
Ohio State,
Iowa,
and Rutgers.
Oh yeah, and
Rutgers.
What group of you just named the most random group of teams? There's
very random.
There's
very
no.
random. They're called the Big Ten.
When you take on that type of team, oh, you mean like Rutgers and Ohio State? Oh, yeah, I know what you mean by that. What the hell does that even mean?
I think what John meant, Jack, was November games. November games, Nebraska famously struggled in November. Would you lump them in as the November games, the November boys?
When they're all happening. So you're just saying it's in November. So the opponent doesn't matter. We're not talking so much
Well,
the
yes,
who,
the opponent does
we're
matter.
talking the when, right? Is that what
I mean,
I'm
Ohio
understanding?
State and Iowa are in
Ohio State and Iowa will be in the preseason top 25. At least one of the two, Washington and Illinois, will be in the preseason top 25.
And out of that
Or
group,
maybe
you said probably one of those.
all 4 of those teams will be in the top 25.
Oh, then the top 25 is garbage. That's too ridiculous.
I love this. I like this. Now, Jack, we have a good through line for the next 4 months.
We do.
Washington really
sucks.
6
Jack
months.
Mitchell,
Yeah,
Washington sucks.
Because we did this. Who was the team that we did this with you last year? I feel like there was another team that you kind of hopped on this train. I remember in Frost's first year, you were going hard in the paint on top 5 Wisconsin, and admittedly,
Yeah, let's.
it was right.
I have a tweet that I retweeted every time Wisconsin lost, and I talked about what a mockery the rankings were by putting Wisconsin in the top 5. And then they lost, and they lost, and they lost, and they lost. And look, what? I was exactly right. But nobody talks.
From the Josh picked the overtime Super Bowl Jack predictions. Like, that one time I was right. I was really right.
I'm looking at their schedule this year. All right. Washington State, they'll win that. Utah State, they'll win that. Eastern Washington, they'll win that. Minnesota coming there, I don't know. At USC, loss. Iowa, loss. Purdue. So they'll have 2 or 3 losses when they face Nebraska. So
it'll be a playoff adjacent team. Pretty good team.
And Nebraska will be, let's see. Nebraska will be, since we and all our friends like to talk about how terrible they are. Let's see. Win, win, win. Probably win, loss. They'll have 2 losses. So there you go.
5-2, or would that be 6? Yeah, 5-2. They'd be going into that game.
No, it'd be a nice matchup between.
What if they get upset in against Michigan State or Maryland? What if they're 4-3?
Don't forget, Coach Boyfriend is back.
Oh, I know, man.
Jack, did you know?
Some trouble.
That the man over you He is rooting for Michigan State this year. John is pro Michigan State.
I see he is wearing
I'm ready for
green.
Fitzgerald to have a bounce back after what Northwestern
God.
did. That was a rail
We
job.
talked about this last week, didn't we? Did we talk about this
Nope,
last?
nope,
Oh, I heard this about you, I guess, on the streets. Man, people pick the dumbest.
Among other things.
I can't believe all of the people pick such bad things to critique you guys for, because you put so much out there that's legit. They pick the one dumb, unlegit thing. You guys just it's like a smorgasbord of garbage takes to pick from you two, and they picked the one that I don't know, that wasn't really that bad. Let's see. So Michigan State. Well, really, you're cheering for Michigan State because you're getting behind Pat Fitzgerald. Really, that's surprising to hear. Actually,
Well, yeah.
it's not.
Cancel culture.
I would like for anything else. I'm not saying I want them to win a title or anything, but for anything else, I want them to make Northwestern look dumb, because they were dumb when they fired him and how they fined him
there
out.
it is. I mean, God, this is what
What's
created.
wrong, what's
this
wrong
is-
with
no,
hating on
John,
Northwestern? I thought you hated Northwestern.
Your attitude right now is what created the concept of Coach Boyfriend. It's really deep down, and I'm glad it can come back. And I'm glad you're allowing me to bring it back, because it's deep
I
down.
didn't say I'm rooting for the Spartans against Nebraska. I just said I'm rooting for them in general.
No, neither were Nebraska fans, but they kind of always were like, man, that guy, he just
could have been a good coach at
You
Nebraska.
know what?
I think I probably said that before.
yeah.
Are
Well,
people not allowed to like people who don't wear the color
Well,
red?
no,
Good question.
it's fine, but did you know he has a worse Big Ten record than Mike Riley? Or about the same Big Red 10 record? I don't know how it ended up. About
I
equal.
don't care.
Ooh, that's a Thursday segment.
I just want
It's just-
him to win. I just want him to have success to make Northwestern look bad. That's the only reason.
I mean,
That is the only reason. I just want Northwestern to look dumb.
it will be eaten. Any desire you have for Northwestern to look bad will be swallowed up by the man love that everyone outside of me and a few other people want to have for this man. And hey, I don't know if you guys know. Do you know how much he loves football? He loves football. He does. He loves it. He loves it.
Most
And-
football coaches love football.
Oh, not like he does.
I bet you can
John.
get Matt Rule to say I love football.
John, not like their guy does. He loves it, and he is you know what he is? He's a leader of men. That's what he is. Yeah, and you know what he does?
I mean,
he brings the lunch
Lead
pail.
men?
He leads men, and he brings the lunch pail.
unreal.
Yeah,
I'm glad he's back. I'm glad he's back
I know.
only for this reason.
I feel like
The irrational
Here's-
hate of Pat Fitzgerald.
and here's the other problem.
Toby Flenderson to his Michael Scott.
Here's-
Will be nice.
Here's the other issue that's slightly related to this. I've been trying to set an example for so many people for so long about how to fan properly and how to have an irrational disdain for
You
your
do me a
opponent.
favor and do a
And
message
yet-
board post on
And yet, still, and it started long before this era of Nebraska football, this desire to have an enemy within. Oh boy, do we have fans and at times people in the program, they are so desirous of having a villain, creating a villain from within, because you know why? It allows you to create excuses. The focus for any problems goes not only to you, but the entire fan base on the villain within. And it's just a really nice way to do that. Meanwhile, you've got someone like me who wears the N, if I can find it on my shirt, wears the N all the time and has since I was 5 years old, and will after any of them are too, who is fighting against upstream waters to try and get this fan base to be a normal fan base and stop freaking ripping itself apart. Oh my gosh. What's your problem? It is ridiculous. But anything you can do, you'll find anything you can to find a villain within. But actually, I think Iowa has a pretty good team this year. You'll find everything positive about every opponent. You will not get pissed at the other fan bases. Could you treat for a freaking second another fan base like you treat whatever fan or whatever thing that you've identified, or whatever coach, sometimes it's a coach, whatever it is, as the villain within? Because that you have got can I say boner? Because you have a boner for the villain within.
boner.
A lot of you do. And I'm tired of it.
Can you just say you people? Just say you people have a bone? Just do
They.
They.
Jack, great to talk to you as always.
Felt good.
Glad we could get you fired up in
Washington
time to not have to
sucks.
do the
Washington
show today.
fade Washington on the.
Tell your
over
friends
under.
Washington sucks, says Jack.
Fade it. Here come the tweets. Get ready. Let's Eastern Washington pulls off the upset.
Nick, I need you to put a calendar invite in and remind us of this segment when it gets to Washington week,
October 30th.
because when we actually do a Super Friends Roundtable, we are going to replay Jack's message because I want him to remember, and we want everyone else to remember
Great
how much
point.
we hate Washington because of how bad they
It's
are.
Hate Washington week
That's
on the
fine.
Grump.
I don't care if we're totally wrong, but if we could all in unity pick something to dislike that wasn't within this state for a freaking second, and Washington is a great place to start, in my opinion. It'd be
Okay.
great.
That's right.
It would be the greatest thing we could
Oh,
do.
I think you're about to make a Creighton joke. Is that what you were about to do?
No.
Oh, because he said we can't hate things inside the state. So
Oh, yeah. Good
Jack
point.
it's like 2002 all over
Listen,
again.
yep.
Jace or Jack.
Until-
root for the Jays.
Until December, I'm fine unifying with all of them. Everyone.
right.
Bye, Jack.
We got to run.
They got to get to a movie review. Sorry.
We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
But first,
Underdog.
Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. You can download the app. You can go to the website. And John, as I sit here looking over at a different state from the booth, I don't have to go over to that other state. I can do so right
but
here.
I wish I could because I love that state so much.
I like this state more, and I can do
Oh.
so right now, and I can do it in Nebraska. There are games tonight, games tomorrow, games on Sunday, and into next week. Find a matchup that you like. Later on in this show, we will do predictions, and we'll be talking about a variety of players like Victor Wembanyama. Maybe you like him to go higher on the blocks stat tonight. He certainly did in game one, not so much in game two. Maybe you want to go points, rebounds, and assists. Whatever it is, go to the Underdog Fantasy app, and if you get your picks right, John, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash.
Oh, I was so close last night. Who messed me up last night? Was it SGA that messed me up? It doesn't matter. You can still have fun, and you can get an extra $50 in plays when you download that Underdog app today. So go to UnderdogFantasy.com or go to your favorite app store. Find the Underdog app, download it today. Use our promo code 1620 The Zone. Score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
Didn't realize that we were going to gin up some hatred for the Washington Huskies like it's the early 90s.
I don't hate anybody.
And
I don't hate anybody.
And they start the
I'm
losing
not saying
streak.
anything. Please, Washington dork order, please don't come after me.
Nick sent the invite.
I didn't send any. I didn't do anything.
We'll be ready to go on October the 30th. Man, the sun is going to be setting so early by then.
Yeah,
Stop
and you're the
saying
one
it
that
with a
keeps counting
smirk.
down to it.
I'm not counting
You're
down.
the one
You're
that
so
keeps counting
happy.
down to it.
Not counting down.
Yep.
Not happy.
Yep, it's
The
your
season will
fault.
almost be over by then. I'll be sad in October, late October. Plus, that'll be like the year anniversary of a lot of weird crap happening in my world. Man, a lot of weird crap happens in my world these days.
You can enter online at 1620thezone.com for a chance to win our green for the 5K sweepstakes powered by
Nice.
Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. You can improve your golf game, get better equipment, maybe get a membership to a club, or repair the damages due to your miscalculated swing. Contest runs through May 19th. Again, 1620thezone.com. Earlier this week, I think it was earlier this week, I don't remember. So many dumb things have happened, I've lost track of time.
Been
But
a week.
the Big 12 agreed to
Quarter.
an agreement with a venture capital firm
Yeah. That was
For-
last week. That was
for
last
an
week.
infusion of cash.
What was it, like $30 million per team?
Sellout.
$30 million line of credit offered to all 16 schools.
Okay.
The interest rate is nearly 10%. So they got to pay back 10% on the money. And this is the idea of, well, they need this money so they can pay for things. Though it's very interesting, what exactly would they be paying off? If they would use this line of credit to bolster their NIL, most business people would tell you it's not a good idea to borrow money to pay.
I still don't understand where this money is going to go and how this is a good idea.
Well, Josh,
Do you have the answer?
at least 13 of the 16 Big 12 schools, because it's college sports, 13 equals 12, or 16 equals
16
12,
equals
whatever.
12. Got to be year 13.
At least 13 schools have declined
Interesting.
the loan.
Because it's not enough money, in my opinion, to be worth it. Again, when we talked about the story, $30 million, I'd love to have $30 million. But for these schools to take it, it can get you one recruiting class. One recruiting class. That's what it can get you.
And then you got to pay interest on that.
And then you have another recruiting class.
Right.
It's not like college football is going to end in 2 years. It's not like, all right, guys, let's go out with a bang. Let's throw the best party we've ever thrown.
Honestly, the only area I could see it working is if, and even this isn't a great idea, if you're using it to pay off, a stadium, it's kind of like refinancing your home.
Sure.
If that interest rate is better than whatever bonds you're paying off,
Yes, yeah.
or stadium improvements or facility improvements or whatever you did, but outside of that, I don't see much use for this money.
No.
Because again, you're just borrowing.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Doesn't make sense.
Well, 13 schools have already said no.
I stand with those 13. It'll be interesting to see what the other 3 do.
Kent's Movie Club is coming up next. Hopefully they didn't use the $30 million to wake up a mummy
Oh, my
from 2,000 years ago.
Oh, that would be a bad idea.
That'd be a very bad idea.
Uh-huh.
We'll talk to Kent in the Movie Club next on 1620 The Zone.
Come up.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Hunt. Its ongoing mission, to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
Advisory for the listeners, this segment will be done foul-free, like Oklahoma City. Never gets a foul called against them.
Nice.
That would be true.
Kent, it's your turn to get wound up, so thoughts?
On that game, I thought actually it didn't have a lot to do with the officials as much as the Lakers would want it to think it did. If you looked at the game when they were hitting 60%, 50% of their threes, they were in the game. When they started missing threes, what Oklahoma City would come up and, take a 10, 12-point lead, and then the Lakers would come back, and then they'd start missing their threes again and fall behind. They just don't have the guns to be competitive.
Yeah.
Sadly, spot on. The series would be so much more interesting. Like, I still think the Thunder would, of course, be the big favorites, Kent. But if Luka was on the floor, it'd be really interesting to see what would happen.
And the other reason for that is it's really taken. If you watch the Lakers play, Luka was really their point guard, in addition to scoring 30 points a game. Right? He had the ball all the time. Well, they got nobody to take, because LeBron can't do that anymore. Right? He would have done that, but he can't. So now you're in this pass it around and take the three because you got nothing inside offense, right? You're not going to go over those two big guys. So, it's really put them in a box. So this is exactly sort of the outcome I expected. I would guess this will be a SWEEP myself.
At the very least, a gentleman's sweep, but nothing more than 5.
Yeah.
Nothing more than 5.
So, Josh.
It was me.
It was you.
I picked The Mummy, 1999's The Mummy. Don't remember how we got on this conversation last week, Nick, but it came up during one of the commercial breaks. We found out John hadn't seen it before, and I didn't have anything that I was really ruminating on, a classic of the sorts that I hadn't seen, so I went with The Mummy. You did watch the 1999 iteration, I hope.
Well, yeah, that's the one you picked.
I just want to make sure.
There's a Tom Cruise.
Well, there was one that came out last year or earlier.
Oh, there was?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
And so, because Otson reached out to me earlier, he's like, what version of The Mummy are you guys doing? I said, we're doing the 1999 one. And then I was like, crap, hopefully we all watch the 1999 one. Starring Brendan Fraser, Rachel Weisz, among others. It is a action-adventure flick that came out yesterday in 1999. So 27th anniversary yesterday, a massive hit. This thing made so much money. It spawned numerous sequels. I saw it, Kent, in the drive-in theater, I believe over in Council Bluffs back in 1999. When I fired this movie up this week, immediately I'm like, wow, I remember the music. I'm remembering way too many of these lines, even though I probably haven't seen this thing in 15, 20 years.
Really? Because the only line you ever drop is Emotep.
Emotep. But I watched this movie so much growing up. Again, it's an action-adventure movie. There is this guy who was sleeping with someone he shouldn't have, and he was mummified alive, and they put a curse on him.
Hate when that happens.
Centuries later, there's some people who are searching and digging. They're archaeologists, and they find some stuff, and they find this key, and it can open up what is it, a sarcophagus or whatever it is, and off to the races we go as this mummy slowly comes alive and tries to kill everybody. That's The Mummy. Brendan Fraser, what a star this guy was. And I know he won an Oscar a few years ago.
The Whale.
And he for The Whale,
Yeah.
he had disappeared. There was this, I haven't read it, but there was this GQ profile of him from like a decade ago that was essentially titled like, "Where did Brendan Fraser go?" And part of it sounds like he accused a producer of sexually assaulting him, and thus he was kind of blacklisted, if you will, for a little bit. And watching this again reminded me of how charismatic this guy is. He owns this movie from the jump. He is super funny. The relationship, the interplay with him and Rachel Weisz's character, super good. I love it. It's yet again, Ken, a movie. They don't make these like they used to. Like this type of movie is now a superhero movie because they need to make $500 million. I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah. Two things on Brendan Fraser. One, this was the movie that made him a quote star. He'd been in like Encino Man before this, goofy comedies, and this one, but he's been a good actor, and it wasn't just The Whale where he showed he was actually a really good actor. There was a movie called Gods and Monsters where he acted opposite Ian McKellen. It was old gay man, becomes attracted to the kid that works for him kind of story. And it was he was really good, and it's a good movie. And, he had his quote downfall. He had to go to television. And if you look at his credits, he has all kinds of television credits in that 10 years. So he didn't quit, but he just couldn't get any movie roles. And he won an Oscar. Rachel Weisz won an Oscar. Okay. She's been nominated another time. She was just nominated for The Favorite like 2 or 3 years ago. She happens to be married to Daniel Craig at the moment. So,
I saw that. I saw that on Wikipedia this morning.
And she's a great actress, I think. And you don't think of having those kind of actors in a movie like this, but it was so early in their careers that's where you'd get them, right?
Yeah.
And the reason you don't see movies like this anymore is not only that it has to be a superhero movie. This was sort of a transition movie between everything 100% real effects, so to speak, versus the digital. There's digital in there, but this was a combination of that. And the digital was done by Industrial Light, George Lucas's company, and it's a blending of those. And in that way, I thought, watching it again, it was really more effective for me than everything that's 100% computer now. To me, it felt more like a real old movie. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And we watched like whatchamacallit recently, Fifth Element, and there was way too much computer in that one. I thought this was like a perfect amount in a way.
And then what they did, and this really dawned on, because I hadn't watched it in a long time. This was a really clever combination of stuff made by the director who wrote the screenplay and is co-credited with the story. So you spin together Indiana Jones movies, the original Mummy movie, right? This is somewhat of the same. You throw in all the sort of action adventure cliches, right? You have I've been attacked.
Brendan Fraser's calling.
Stop. Okay. So you put all you have the ticking time element right at the end. They have to save her by, in a certain amount of time. You have, the chase, and he folded all of those things into a movie that was only aimed at being pure entertainment.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting because 1999, this is the same year that the sequel trilogy started. So
that month,
a couple weeks later,
Phantom Menace.
The Phantom Menace, the first of the sequel trilogies came out, the Star Wars prequel trilogies, I'm sorry. And that one also didn't have as much of the computer stuff. It was really, the clones in 2002 where it really started to go over the top. But it's interesting how, obviously it's easy to draw the comparisons with Indiana Jones. And you just said it, Kent. It's just a movie for entertainment. That's all it is. It's kind of funny how in 1999, it felt like it was Hollywood saying, hey, man, we just need to crank out the hits. We need to go back to 1981 or 1982 or whatever, when Star Wars and Indiana Jones were hitting it big and just, this is the time. And it works in that way, because every time I see a movie like this, and of course it is set back in the 20s, 30s. So it very much, you find yourself drawn to the comparisons of Indiana Jones because it's real. It's not real, but it's kind of supernatural.
Correct.
With the Mummy or with whatever Indiana Jones was fighting at the time.
Nazis.
And, the Nazis, unfortunately, were
Sadly,
real.
they were real, yes.
They were very real.
Yeah.
But it was interesting how this came together, and it definitely did feel of its time, where it's just about, hey, we're just going out, we're going to have fun. This is what it's going to be. You mentioned, Brendan Fraser and, this being like one of the big super box office hits. The first time I remember seeing Brendan Fraser was in School Ties, which I thought was a really good movie about playing prep football in the 50s, and there was anti-Semitism going on. And it was, I thought, that's when I first became familiar with him, and I was like, man, this dude's really good.
Yeah.
And then it carries over into this, and Josh mentioned he kind of owned the screen when he was on there, because unfortunately you do, when you watch a movie like this and you instantly want to compare it to an Indiana Jones, you will then compare the lead character to Harrison Ford.
And that's going to be hard to keep up.
And that's going to be hard to keep up, but he does it in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
He does it in his own way. There's kind of that wink and nod to, getting his butt kicked all the time and trying to hold the fort down while everyone else is trying to solve the mystery. It played off really well. This is the first time I've ever seen it.
Yeah, did you like it?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
I thought sorry, Nick, you go.
There's go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead, Kent. No, you. I insist.
Well, all I was going to say, to add one last thing to what John, the other thing is he didn't play it at all seriously in an overt sense, but he plays it seriously enough to make it work, right?
Yeah.
But it's always done the whole thing. You can tell I'm just out here having fun and playing it just serious enough to work. And that's,
it's like all the people who get killed, they're the ones who are playing it really seriously. The guy loses his eyes and his tongue. His serious like the whole time, but Fraser always is able to have kind of a wink and a nod to the audience.
Exactly. So go ahead, Nick.
I love this movie for many reasons. It's fun. It's just the right amount of camp. It has kind of, and I'm not articulate enough for this, it has like the type of campy adventure that I imagine like something like from the 50s would have. It's just kind of, I don't know what that word is, but it's got that kind of vibe. And I love the setting. I just love the setting. I like Egypt, and I like the fact that it's like Egypt in the 1920s, because just that whole time period is really fascinating to me. And I know I've talked about this time period before, but that's like immediately after World War I, we're transitioning into the modern world before World War II, all the other technology blows up even more than it had. It's a fascinating premise. It's a fascinating setting. It's funny. And like, so Paige and I were watching it. We'd seen this movie before. We saw a midnight showing at Film Streams about a year ago. And we didn't catch this the first time or think about it, I guess. But at the very beginning, when they're talking about the curse, it's like, so they decided to do the worst thing you could possibly do to somebody in this time period. And we're just like, well, if they knew he was going to turn into the horrible cursed creature, Why didn't they just like stab him a bunch? Why did they have to do this? Why did they have to go through all the trouble of locking up the sarcophagus and doing all of this? They could have just killed him.
Good point.
Cursing him.
Right. They didn't have to do all that.
But then we don't get the great movie.
No, I get that. And that's the kind of thing like you're not supposed to nitpick and like poke a hole in. But it was just kind of a funny, like Paige brought that up and I'm like, huh, you're right. They knew what they were doing when they did this. They could have just saved a lot of trouble.
You know what I noticed this time watching Kent? They're on the boat early in the movie. So, I mean, you're talking about the first kind of 20, 30 minutes. It's after the whole prologue with Emotep and everything happening there. And the guy who gets his eyeballs and tongue taken out, he's cleaning his glasses and he says something about like, I need to be able to see. And I was Leo pointing at the TV. Hey, that guy's about to lose his eyeballs in a little bit. That movie, I remember. So I saw it in the theaters, and then I don't remember how long it took until I saw it at home. I was at my uncle's house. My brother and I were, and I'd forgotten about that turnaround, and that scared the crap out of me when I was a kid. That moment when it's like, oh my gosh, and I think I had nightmares that night, imagining a world with no eyeballs and no tongue.
The two things. One, they didn't show any of the violence on screen. You didn't see him get his eyes taken out, right?
Right.
Everything happened off screen. That's how you get a PG-13. That's how you get the giant box office back in the 90s, right?
Playing the 90s algo.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. The second thing is there's all kinds of that stuff in there. If you watch, like the thing that I caught, and I guess I probably did the first time I saw it, was when you go in and she arranges the mirror and then spins it so it lights up the whole thing, and then and then you see the mirror in that last scene when they've gone back, and you go, oh, he's going to do something with that mirror and light up the whole place, right? There's lots of that stuff baked into this, which is pretty clever filmmaking.
Yeah.
I would say, you mentioned the PG-13. It was a lot. It felt a lot more violent, though there wasn't gore.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's how you get away with it.
A lot of people get shot in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of shooting and a lot of people getting shot. But it's not like.
And their body's shriveling up. I mean, it rips them apart, but you never see it. It's always like, hey, there's these. He's floating.
But the potential, I mean, would you guess, Kent, if this movie were made today, we would probably see a lot more of the graphic details of the disembowelment and the eyes getting poked out?
I would guess, and it wouldn't be played as so funny, right? I mean, one of the problems with in my view movies like this today is they will not take themselves seriously, right? This movie did not take itself at all seriously. And pretty much everything that comes out now at least portends to be something that should be taken seriously with, there are some exceptions, of course, but even the comic book movies want to be taken seriously, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Kent, another person, so we've talked about the two main characters. John Hannah, who plays the brother, which was Jonathan, he was also really, really funny in this movie. He had a lot of great lines and how he operated. And again, like when you see movies like this, I'm with you, Kent. They're not as funny as this one is. And a lot of that is, I think it's the three leads that really carry everything comedically. Because again, kind of everybody else, all the people basically that die, and I guess the people that kind of help try not to bring Emotep back, they're all playing it very seriously. But that brother, he was really, really good throughout this one. He had some good physical moments and some good just quippy, jokes.
And the other one who's funny is Kevin O'Connor, the guy who's the Benny, the guy who ends up working for Emotep.
That scene where he's being confronted by Emotep and he's just pulling out all of the pendants.
Yes,
funny. What about this religion? What about this religion? What about this religion?
It is so funny.
That was good.
Yeah.
I think that is another strong point of this movie, kind of bouncing off of you, Josh. All the characters in this are very compelling. And it feels like a very rare thing to where every single character in a movie, it just seems like, yeah, I'm fine. And I actually like how all of these characters are. I'm not saying I like the bad guys, but the bad guys are compelling.
Well, even, there's the dude who's trying to hang Brendan Fraser's character at the very beginning of the movie. He wants to come along because he's going to get a cut of this. And I feel like they kill him at like the perfect time. Like, he's a very annoying person. I don't really want to hang out with him that much longer. You learn in that moment, whoa, something's going on with these Beatles that you didn't really realize, and then he's dead. And it's like perfect. You just kind of it's kind of funny too, because he thinks he's stealing and he's going to make a ton of money by himself, and then he gets taken out. So yeah, I couldn't agree more.
And that's another Indiana Jones lift, a little one. I hate bugs. I hate bugs. I hate bugs. When he goes,
Yeah. Yep. Instead of I hate snakes.
Direct.
So that is the Mummy.
Direct lift.
Yeah. That is the Mummy on HBO Max.
HBO Max.
So, Kent, I'll be curious to see your reaction because Josh apparently was gobsmacked.
I was blown away by his pick, Kent.
I don't even know what the pick is. I
have shared this pick with multiple people, Josh Otson, Mike Stibbs, my wife, all of them stunned that John picked this movie.
So we're going to go to Paramount Plus, and we're going to watch Mean Girls.
Whoa! John!
Again, this is a comedy, right?
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
it is.
It's incredible.
So why is this so odd? Because there's girls in it?
It just doesn't seem like something.
Girls?
It just doesn't seem like something you would pick. It's
Just
like a
doesn't
me or a Josh pick.
Yes.
Or a Stibbs pick.
I mean, this isn't Sex in the City, which, by the way, do not sit through that movie or the sequel. Terrible. I don't get it. It just
doesn't seem like a John movie.
It just doesn't.
And
I'm excited. It's a great
I
movie.
will tell you,
Very
the
funny.
audience for this movie was like 80% female, probably. So we're not the target audience. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I remember, Kent, so it came out, and you'll remember this time, the Lakers sadly lost to the Detroit Pistons in the 2004 NBA Finals.
Yes, everyone remembers.
Well, I know Kent does. They lost in 5. And we were at like a youth group camp or something. Maybe just our youth group was hanging out, and we had this free night, and it was like, do you want to watch the game or do you want to go to a movie? And so pretty much all the girls in youth group went to see Mean Girls, and then all the boys went to the sports bar to watch the Lakers-Pistons game. And I was like, I don't want to watch Mean Girls. It's a movie for girls. And then, it very much picked up word of mouth, like, no, this movie's hysterical. And Tina Fey wrote it. Did she direct it too? I can't remember.
Did she
I
erect?
think just
Direct, John.
Bunk, John. Bunk.
What? No, he said erect.
Bonk.
Go check the tape.
Bonk, bonk.
So yeah, no, this is fun. It's a fun movie.
This
fun.
is very fun. One of the most quotable movies of all time, I think.
Yeah, I look forward to talking
Again,
about it.
I have heard good things. I just have never seen it before, and I thought, oh, this might be a good pick.
Nice job by you, John.
Great
Good
pick,
job.
John.
John, we're proud of you. We just are surprised.
No, you like
surprised?
yeah,
Look, Laszlo,
like Laszlo.
John usually picks slop, so I'm definitely surprised.
I
It's a
don't pick slop.
This is a compliment.
This
Literally,
isn't
my
anything
last
about
movie,
fly
that's a great
fishing or
movie.
not baseball.
Oh my god, you guys are such snowflakes. Well, Ken, appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Maybe the Lakers will make it interesting this weekend. Maybe.
I wouldn't hold my breath on that. I do think that Minnesota and San Antonio series could end up being pretty good.
Yes. Yeah. Hopefully more like game 1 and less like game 2.
Yeah, exactly. And then we have another week to digest the big sports news of the day, that the Formula One regs for the engines have changed.
Yep. Starting next season, they're essentially going to be less reliant on the electric component. It's going to be back to pure engine.
They're going back to gas. That's
sorta.
Boy, non-woke Formula One.
By 2030, John, they do want to bring back the V8s.
The V8's back in 2030.
Let's do this. Come on, Formula One. Stop being so woke.
Formula woke. That's what we've been calling it.
Yeah, true. Now, if we can just get some American drivers.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Don't need
I want to see Max come over and drive in NASCAR or IndyCar.
That would be incredible. Daniel Ricciardo talked about the Indy drivers. He's like, what you guys do scares the S out of me.
All right.
Well, the streak
It continues, sadly.
Yeah.
It does.
All right, Ken. We'll see you.
Bye, Ken.
I can't.
Kent's Movie Club here on a Friday.
I
All
like
right.
this. I like that Kent initiates it.
I always forget, and then he starts
I
to
do
wind
too.
up, and then it's
I
like,
do
oh
too.
no, here we go again.
I do too.
We talk
Here
to
we
each
go
other all the
again.
time
For a
about
brief,
Formula
fleeting
One.
second, I thought
Again.
he was going to say, "Hey, did you see what those idiots said about Trey Turner's Twitter?"
Yeah,
But
no,
he didn't.
No, instead it's
Better.
it's Formula One. Instead it's better.
We got
lots of stuff to get to.
cancel culture has come
Whoa.
to the non-con.
Whoa.
We got a One Beer Friday, and we have
yes.
private NIL math,
Oh, interesting.
Fun.
among other things.
This is it.
Oh,
The NIL thing's
and,
interesting.
And Diana Rossini video.
More?
Don't worry, it's clean.
Whoa.
It's clean.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh.
It's totally clean.
Okay.
16-20 the zone. Back here at the ballpark, Creighton and Georgetown wrapping up the Big East home schedule for the Blue Jays here at Charles Schwab Field. Also, don't forget, Nebraska's coming to town next Tuesday. Don't ask me what the weather's going to be like because it doesn't matter. The forecast is never accurate this far out. But looking forward.
Oh, interesting.
To what I hope will be a big night. It's nice to have this game back in the middle of May.
What's interesting about John talking about the weather in a responsible way?
Responsible. All I said on Tuesday was, here's the extended forecast. That's not responsible. I'm just saying, look at weather.com, 10-day forecast. That's not responsible.
It's the way you said it, Josh.
Oh, interesting.
You made it
We're
sound
about
like it's
tone
gonna happen.
again.
Yeah.
About tone again.
It's how you said it.
Couldn't say anything right, apparently, on Tuesday. And here's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
What kind of attendance could we be looking at? Because I know that like the olden days.
The olden days, you used to get 15,000 plus. Sometimes over 20. Times it was 20.
I was at the really famous one. Was it in 05, 06 that had it was pretty much all the way full? It was like 20.
I want to say 06 was full.
I was at that game. I was down left field line, the third base, somewhere over there, and it was ridiculous. Good weather on Tuesday, according to the forecast. Nebraska,
I would like to
top
think,
25 adjacent.
I would like to think 10,000.
Yeah, like this could finally be the one where it's like, because what's the biggest crowd that they've had here for one of the Nebraska Creighton?
I honestly don't
like
know.
it's never really kind of pushed that where you're having to even open up the outfield.
The first, remember, they opened the ballpark with a Nebraska Creighton game, and I think they listed the attendance as 20,000 for that. The very first game in the ballpark. So that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
But I would maybe 10,000. I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
be kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, congratulations to Lois and Joey
for
being this week's online winners for the $100 into Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino. Enter now 1620thezone.com for your chance to win next week. Kalshi. Is that some kind of a forecasting site?
It's one of the.
It's one of the not gambling websites. Sorry,
it's a prediction market.
Yeah,
it's like these are places where you can bet on like world wars taking place.
Yeah, or will the president say this thing and then he somehow says the thing that he shouldn't have said to begin with?
Well, Kalshi has a Mike Vrabel prop. Will he be the Patriots coach in week 1? 5 days ago, it was 77%, but as of this morning, it had dropped to 64%.
Wow, that's it. Okay, I mean, I guess that's fair.
It's still a decent drop, though.
Oh, for
less
sure.
than a week.
It absolutely is.
With the news of the boat trip and all that other stuff. So
interesting.
By the way, the poly market, that must be
another one.
Yep.
Chances of Vrabel exiting by December 31st has dropped since May 1st, 23 to 19%.
Exiting by then?
Yeah. Exiting by the end of the year.
Wait, it's dropped? So the odds are smaller.
Yeah.
So those are both.
They're opposite each other.
Yeah.
But why would they do a prop at the end of December?
Well, it's just, I think it's basically saying by the end of this year, maybe it happens in the middle of the season.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because the regular season will dip on into 2027.
That is true.
It'll go into January. Interesting.
I saw this today. So Diana Rossini, who of course has worked for ESPN and The Athletic, she was on an episode of Barstool Sports. I don't know how long ago this was.
Okay.
But they were playing a version of Family Feud.
Oh boy. This is going to be awkward, I bet.
So the question was, what is something you might close your eyes to do?
Okay.
So things like
go to sleep.
Sleep. What are things that you would close your eyes to do?
Count to 10 for a game of hide and seek.
Here is how Diana Rossini answered the question.
Okay, Diana, what is something you might close your eyes to do?
When you have sex with your husband or wife.
Again, this is from Family Feud Kids, but yes.
She answered it. Yep. She answered it. It's done. That's the
it's
one.
Done.
No,
you have to take the answer.
No.
Okay.
That fits with a lot of the things that she does. She always is ripping on her husband. She's always ripping on her husband. That might be the meanest one yet, though. That might be the meanest one yet.
This poor freaking guy.
God.
Oh, my God.
Brutal.
Yikes.
Good find. The videos from back in time, it's almost like, John, there's a time.
You don't even have to look into anything. You
Seriously.
don't even have to watch it with a critical eye saying, I'm looking for something, because it's right there and it's overt and it's in your face.
It's almost like there's a time traveler who was like, I'm going to go back and plant a lot of these videos.
Right.
Because so there are these like Twitter accounts, right? And they'll
are they anonymous?
Yes. And they're locked. And so you can't follow them. And they bot tweet all these weird scenarios. And then something will happen that it's almost like that idea of a monkey types. Eventually they can write a novel. Like, have you ever seen this?
Monkey type Shakespeare.
And so then the people will go back and delete all this stuff, and then there'll be like 3 tweets, and it's like, I saw that the first time I ever stumbled upon it was something about soccer. It was a World Cup final, and it was like the match is going to be decided because of a bad call by the official. And then it happened, and it was like, whoa, they know something. It's almost like that's happening with all these videos, that someone is going back in time and planting evidence. So now in 2026, we'll look back and say, it was there all along. It was there all along. Crazy.
Oh.
Absolutely crazy.
All right. Cancel culture has come for the non-con.
No, not again.
Yep. That and more. And it's a One Beer Friday. A reminder, we've got 5 pair of tickets to see George Thorogood and the Destroyers next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend at the Astro Amphitheater. Send us a pic of what you're drinking and use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Do it anytime now through the weekend. Nick will pick 5 at random, and you'll get tickets to see George Thorogood and the Destroyers next weekend at the Astro Amphitheater. Again, hashtag One Beer Friday.
Make sure your Twitter DMs are open so I can slide in there.
Nice job.
We'll even accept entries from anonymous accounts.
By the way, Severe reaches out. He says 24,000 fans for a lot of the games in the 2000s. So is that a full stadium? Is that a full Rosenblatt?
There's only one that I remember that was full.
Yeah.
There were others that were close. And so, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the attendance numbers.
Here's the one that I was thinking about. 2006. The story from Huskers.com, Nebraska completed a sweep, and it mentions 21,000 fans.
So that's a little bit shy of capacity, but
that is nuts.
But darn close.
Uh-huh.
All right. Be back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from the ballpark, 1620 The Zone. Well, by the way, we're watching. They put the softball game up on the big screens. Nice. Creighton's up 2-0 on Butler in the second.
Got to close my eyes for predictions later on. I don't want to know what's going on.
We didn't include Creighton softball in predictions today because we knew this game was going to be happening.
Okay.
In the course of the Grum.
Just want to make sure.
That's why.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah. No,
I'm not anti-Creighton softball. Just didn't want to get spoiled for later on. So now I know that I can watch this. By the way, I've seen a lot of thumbs up to the new ballpark for Creighton softball.
Yeah, it's great.
For those who have had a chance to check it out. People love it.
It's really good.
Love them.
You know what's not really good?
Us.
Well,
Yeah, we
I mean,
suck.
obviously, we're the worst.
Terrible.
But
non-conference games going away.
Yep.
That was the one.
Rip.
Just when you thought it was safe to assume that some good non-conference home and home games would stay on the schedule, we've now had a couple of cancellations this week, and in both cases, cited in said cancellation was the move to the SEC's 9-game conference schedule.
Yeah. Now, in defense of, because one of them was Georgia and
Florida State.
Florida State. So we lost Georgia and Florida State. In defense of Georgia, they are still playing Georgia Tech. They're still keeping their rivalry together. Florida State is still playing Florida. Now they're in the ACC, but they're also moving to 9, right? So in defense of them, I don't want to defend them, but just offering up a little forgiveness, they are not playing just 9 power games like Nebraska or like Indiana. They will still be playing 10. It just means the rivalry game is their only non-conference, much like Iowa plays Iowa State in the non-conference.
The interesting thing was Alabama kept Ohio State, but they dropped Oklahoma State.
Yes.
You know what happened? They were probably going, guys, we got that tough old schedule in the SEC. We need to drop OSU off the schedule. And somebody
did the
said,
wrong one.
No, you dummy. You were supposed to get rid of Ohio State, not Oklahoma State.
They made a mistake.
What in the tarnation are you doing?
And so they were going to have 10 power games, and now they will still have 10 power games. It's just that, look, if I'm being honest, John, I'd rather have Ohio State, Alabama than I'd rather have Alabama, Oklahoma State. But maybe they did make a mistake.
The funny thing about the Florida State, Georgia cancellation is that they were going to effort to find a neutral site in the future.
I must have said this wrong then the other day. I thought that we were kind of done with a lot of these non-conference neutral site games.
Oh, no.
I know that there are a few left. Like, we're getting Notre Dame and Wisconsin this year at Lambeau. Of course, there's still the Chick-fil-A kickoff classics. We saw Nebraska last year at Arrowhead, yada, yada, yada. But, 10 years ago, it was way worse. We would only get one-offs, and they would be at Jerry World, and they would have multiple games that weekend at Jerry World, multiple weekends in Atlanta, multiple games in Miami or in Charlotte, etc. And it seemed like we were pulling back on the number of these games, and they were. I mean, look, I would rather have the game than not have the game if it means that it has to be at a non-conference venue. But golly, it's just so much better when these things are on campus, especially when it's these big brands.
I know,
like Alabama and Florida State.
Yeah, imagine that Alabama-Florida State game if they'd have played it in Georgia, the Georgia Dome.
Yeah, exactly.
It loses a lot of its punch.
Yeah.
And, we talked about this earlier this week with the announcement that Nebraska is playing in this one-night tournament in Jerry World. All of these neutral site games, it's just we're losing sight of what makes college sports fun, and that is being on campus, being in a great home atmosphere. Instead, we're going to take it to an antiseptic neutral site. And I'm not against these altogether.
No, because the atmosphere we saw a year ago at Arrowhead was awesome.
Unfortunately, I think it just encourages folks to continue to do it more and more and more and more and more. And of course,
and they pay the schools a lot of money. Yes,
the almighty dollar is going to speak.
Yeah, whatever they pay them, and now, it, man, with this whole the NIL and them having to hide behind rev share, it's. If anything, we might see now an uptick in these non-conference neutral site games.
We certainly might, because instead of playing a home and home where you're only guaranteed, you're not even really guaranteed a huge payday, an extra payday. Instead, it's going to be, let's just play a neutral site game and we'll each make $5 million off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be great. And we'll just move on with their day. This is actually where I would appreciate a more heavy-handed NCAA. when they would step in, because way back, if you go back to the old days of the Kickoff Classic, you couldn't do one of those every year. You had there was a certain period where you couldn't, if Nebraska wanted to go play in the Meadowlands, they couldn't do it in back-to-back years or, every 3 years. You had to, I don't remember what the threshold was. It might have been 4 or 5. But I kind of wish the NCAA had a more heavy-handed approach and said, no, we're going to limit some of these. And it's only doing it. And I know the schools will say, but you're keeping us from earning money because we got to pay those darn kids. Yeah.
But remember,
when sometimes you got to save them from themselves.
When Nick Saban, the Alabama teams were in the heyday of their run, they played in one of those every year. They had the home and home with Penn State in the end of the Joe Paterno era, but otherwise it was like Clemson in Atlanta, USC down in Texas. They played Wisconsin in that stretch, among other schools, Florida State down in Atlanta. They had those all the time. And so, yeah, a bummer that we're losing more of these games earlier this week. Not surprised, but it is, again, like at the very least, like the one solace that I'm holding on to, John, is that they're playing more conference games now.
Yeah.
Like, I love that everybody is going to be on the 9-game swing. I do wish that the playoff would put, parameters in about having to play 10 power schools, because I think that would force good non-conference games, or at least force the idea of them. Because sometimes you're going to have crap, right? No matter what.
Sometimes you got to make Kurt Cicchetti actually schedule a team.
And Matt Rule, to go back to the column that we talked about yesterday for Matt Hayes, like Nebraska kicked Tennessee off the schedule, and it was for stadium renovations that have not happened. And that game would have been this year. That game would have been in a few months. And next year would have been at Rocky Top. And I was so excited for that. I was so excited to go, because I figured that's going to be one of the ones, like, let's push for this. Let's go to this game. We'll have a blast. And, of course, it will not happen. And that's a bummer. It's a bummer for the fans. It's a bummer for us who like watching good football games.
Got a little more clarification on the expansion of the NCAA tournament. According to Stuart Mandel, when the NCAA announced the official expansion to 76 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, that number.
I know, it's gross.
The official release says the new format will generate an extra $131 million
per year
over the next 6 years.
131 divided by 6 is what, 22-ish, almost $22 million?
Yeah. Again, enough to cover the nut of staging the extra games and then a little bit extra on top of that.
Yeah, but not that much. I heard this question earlier today. Mike Schaefer asked Jack Mitchell, would you want Lincoln to try to get the West Coast part of this first whatever we're going to call it? So there will be games in Dayton. There'll be 6 games in Dayton. Yeah. Would you want Lincoln to try to get the other ones? Because the one negative, if you're going after it, if they want to have a locked-in locale, which I assume they will, but maybe I'm going to be wrong, that it takes you away from the other rounds.
Yeah.
And so, Lincoln's never had the men's tournament, though, so I imagine that would be...
Well, they have. It's been 40 years.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Because Kansas came to
I
Lincoln,
would say I don't have a problem with that, as long as it doesn't preclude Omaha from getting the first round every 3-4 years.
Sure. Yeah, and that's a good question. Would that take it away?
I don't know if it would. And I know how much the NCAA likes how Creighton handles the hosting and the folks at Mecca, how they deal with the hosting. It's one of the best run tournaments out there.
Yeah.
Among all of its sites that they rotate around. Yeah, as long as it doesn't affect Omaha's ability to host.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Lincoln jumped into that fray, I don't have a problem with that.
And the question, obviously, with Lincoln has always been about the hotel.
Well,
do they have enough hotels?
And that's the other thing, is because you would have to host 6 schools. So I guess it is like hosting a regular first round.
It is. Yeah. It darn near is.
So, and I know Lincoln's really up the hotel game, and I know they've put in to host.
Yes,
now,
they just haven't had a chance.
So they've kind of reached some of those thresholds.
That said, my guess is it's going to be a little further west. I just wonder what they're going for. Dayton, that's a kind of a cozy arena, right?
Yeah, but I'll tell you, with all of these teams, and we saw it this last year with all the flying around that had to happen and the stress that was put on the airlines, you're gonna want to do it from a place that, and I don't know if Dayton is that type of a place. I guess it is. They've done it for the last couple of years. But you're going to want a place
where you can get in,
get in and get out, because you've got to ship all of these teams. You've got extra teams now to ship to their first round
Well,
locations.
and the other thing that I wonder too is like how valuable or how important is having a guaranteed crowd there. Like that's say what you will, like Dayton delivers every year with those first 4. I imagine we would say something similar about Lincoln. Just knowing how we are as a fan base around this state. I imagine now it's a solid size arena because Dayton's is not 15K, right? It's closer to 10, I think. And so I wonder what that would look like. And then if that's what you're looking for and you want to move like further west, where are you looking to go? I just don't think that they'd be like, let's go to Denver. Like, no, I don't think you're going to get that arena filled every year, for all those games.
13,000 is what.
Okay, so it's not that much smaller than PBA. Interesting.
Yeah.
Because PBA is what, 15?
15.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it's a One Beer Friday.
Lovely.
And it's a happy hour.
Lovely.
And we've got math. Yes, I was told there would be no math on today's grind.
Nick, 4 times 8, Nick.
It's 24.
Nope, 32.
Damn it.
Yep.
There's a part of me that wants to believe he was doing a bit, but I don't know if he was.
I'll never tell.
I don't think he was.
All right, we'll be back to Charles Schwab Field on 1620 The Zone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
It's a One Beer Friday. Thank you for joining us. Hope your weekend is going to please you in many ways.
Hello. Shout out. Oh, I just said hello.
I just said please you.
I agree.
What's wrong with being pleasured?
I love pleasure.
What is wrong with being pleasured?
I'm reading a novel, John, from the 1930s right
Oh,
now.
that. Where? Let me guess where this novel is set. Is it Germany?
No, it's set in a fictional town in Pennsylvania.
Germany,
well, there's
Pennsylvania.
a lot of Germans in Pennsylvania.
Berlin, Pennsylvania.
Appointment in Samara. I'm enjoying it so far. John O'Hara, I never heard of this book until this week, and now I'm digging it so far. You ever read literature, John?
You're digging something based during the Great Depression?
No, it's after. I guess that was. Yes, 1934, the Great Depression still?
Yes.
Do we call that?
Very much.
And that thing was great. And everyone was depressed. Shout out. Pour one out for the Great Depression.
I would, but then
a respectful shout out, Nick. Like, damn, the stock market was rough.
Sure
Respect.
was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Bummer.
Hope you all have a great weekend. We have 5 pair of George Thorogood tickets.
Don't
for
forget,
next weekend.
John. It's 5.
5 pair. I will not forget 5 pair of George Thorogood tickets that we are giving away. All you have to do is send us a pic of what you're drinking. Could be anything. It doesn't really matter. Just use the hashtag One Beer Friday and hit us up in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Nick will pick 5 at random
Make sure
through the
your DMs are
weekend.
open.
Through the weekend, and shows here at the ballpark.
I know,
This is
but
the last one.
I know I could have brought one for myself.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'll have one after work.
Yeah.
I'll have one after work. Wow, Ray writes One Beer Friday lightweights. Again, we are a decade almost into this scenario. If we were renaming it, it would have been First Beer Friday. I don't know why we called it. I think we called it One Beer because we were having one beer at the office. Is that what it was?
We're allowed. I think we're contractually allowed to have one drink.
One beer as a treat. Shout out to our bosses from 2017. who
We're allowed to do that.
And our bosses today who still allow us.
Still allow us to do it. Our beer fridge is full. Nick, are you popping open anything delicious? You rocking something today?
I don't like drinking when I'm the only one in the studio. It makes me feel weird.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
I'm drinking in
I guess
spirit.
you don't drink alone.
Wow.
Yeah, with nobody else.
Wow. Nice
That's
reference.
a George Thorogood song.
Great reference by you, John.
Tonight here, this weekend for the series against Georgetown.
Jimmy Eat World.
Tonight is Chris Gradeville night, where they honor the late Blue Jay catcher and former assistant. And in the past, they've done, in fact, the memorial patch is still out on the center field wall, the CG20 with the cross. Well, they've come up with new hats tonight.
Yep.
For Chris Gradeville.
Are they so they're wearing these?
These will be the hats tonight. These will be
Very
the game
cool.
hats. It's a blue hat with the white. What do
they call that?
It's just called
panel.
Panel. Thank
Yeah.
you. Front panel. The hat is white, and it has
I like that.
It has a picture of Chris coming out of his stance, throwing the ball, and Gradeville underneath in script.
So that's what they'll be wearing on the field?
That is in the game.
Those are clean.
For tonight.
Did you get one? Have you gotten one yet?
Oh, I've put in my request.
Okay, good.
John,
Pepper was
hands
down
and
there
knees.
earlier, right? He's
Please,
probably
please
got
give
one.
me a hat, please.
Probably got one for you.
They also dressed up in the Chris Gradeville warm-up shirts. We did get one of those.
Okay,
so
very cool.
But
Very
yeah, I
cool.
think that's pretty cool, and I'm glad to see that, honoring that tradition continues. It's been, I think it's been 5 years now since we lost Chris.
Mm.
That was That was
horrifying.
That was a day here on the Grum that I choose not to remember.
Understandably.
For
Understandably
obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So,
with that,
Matt Hayes has been a busy boy this week. Been writing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he
You know,
has.
He wrote an opinion column about Nebraska.
Yep.
It wasn't very flattering.
Nope.
I'm sure the dorks didn't get into his mentions.
They did not enjoy it.
Probably not.
They did not enjoy it.
But this one today was a little more interesting because it had to do with the amount of private NIL that is noted out there in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, the CSC, it's weird because teams are submitting private NIL stuff to the CSC, even though technically they have not signed on to the document saying that we turn over everything to the CSC.
I don't understand.
The College Sports Commission. NIL, go!
Don't understand.
Big shoes.
But anyway, as Hayes writes, 11 months since the CSC was founded to police private NIL deals, the clearinghouse has approved over 26,000 private NIL deals.
Okay.
So these are the deals above and this is not revenue share.
This is NIL.
This is NIL. This is athlete promoting product, service, whatever, and you get paid to do it. The total dollar figure of the approved deals is $242 million.
And real quick,
across the country.
And what was the number of deals?
26,000.
Okay.
So
do you? I'll do the math unless
$242 million.
It's $9,307.69 on average.
Nice.
Yep, indeed is what they are approved. So they're approving about $9,000 for each of these.
For each of these deals, that's the average.
Because remember, you have to go. What is it above a $600 bucks?
Yep.
Is that what it's above? I wish it was above $800. That would be a lot more fun.
There are still 1,100 of these deals that have not yet been approved. Those are worth $56 million. You want to do the math on that?
$56 million.
$56 million divided by 1,100.
That is $50,909.
A little more expensive.
Much higher average than the ones that have been approved.
And these are all the deals that these are the deals
and
that
this
have
is
been
since
submitted
this is since in the last 11 months.
last 11 months, since last June through the end of April.
Okay.
So that if you add the approved deals versus the unapproved, you're almost at $300 million. $300 million that has been submitted either and has been approved or is still awaiting approval from the CSC.
Aaron Papillion says, do we know the largest deal?
No.
That has been approved? We do not.
We don't. But here's where the math is interesting. Because as Hayes writes, LSU has a reported $50 million roster for 2026. And if that number is close to true, then the private NIL deals we don't know about are otherworldly. Because if LSU, like most heavyweight P4 programs, uses 75% of its $20 million rev share, so that's $15 million. So $50 million roster, $15 million of that is rev share. That means $35 million is private NIL.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that theoretically should be sent to the CSC for approval. By themselves, LSU, and I'm gonna flash up something on the screen for those of you who are watching it on the YouTube channel, and we do appreciate all of our YouTube channel listeners. So, if that is true, then the percentage of LSU's private NIL to what the CSC has been reported to have received be almost 12%. Wow, almost 12, assuming that every private NIL deal that's out there in the ether has been submitted for approval, and assuming that LSU has a $50 million roster, and assuming that they're using $15 million on rev share, that would mean $35 million in private. Well, that $35 million alone from one school would be 12% of what has been submitted to the College Sports Commission.
Seems like a very small number. Does it not?
That's a very large number for one school.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
For one school, because as he points out, so now assume that Texas, Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Alabama, and Texas A&M each have a $40 million roster. Because as Hayes writes, if LSU's got a $50 million roster, well, those teams ain't going to be that far behind.
Yeah.
So let's just assume, for argument's sake, they have a $40 million roster. Well, that would be, again, using the same math, 15 million of that is rev share. That means the other 25 million per school is private, which would have to be submitted to the CSC.
In theory, yeah.
The total of just those 6 schools, that would be another $150 million. Then, as Hayes writes, you got these basketball schools who reportedly have $20 million rosters, like Florida, Kentucky, Texas, Arkansas, Tennessee. So, assuming the going rate of the rev share is $5 million, because, football's getting 15.
The good basketball schools are getting 5.
Probably getting 5.
Yeah.
That means you got to pay $15 million in private NIL. So if you add those schools up, that's $75 million. So just in this scenario, you would be talking about $260 million, or 87% of the private NIL that has been reported to the CSC would just be coming from these schools. Now, I know there's a lot of supposition here. There's a lot of assuming here.
Yeah.
But Hayes'
what's
ultimate point.
Yeah, what's the takeaway?
His ultimate point is that if you really think about it, there's a lot of stuff
that's still going on
under the table. And he points out an anecdote from a recent podcast that Mark Cuban was on. Mark Cuban, of course, the former owner of the Mavericks, who's a big Indiana guy. He's an Indiana grad.
Is this the Fernando Mendoza story?
Yep.
Yeah.
As Cuban says, he and Scott Dolson, the Indiana athletic director, watched the 24 college football playoff. And Dolson said the IU staff had identified a quarterback for 2025, but they needed more money. Of course, that quarterback was Fernando
Mendoza.
And Cuban said he told Dolson, I will put up the money to get this quarterback. The idea being, hey, I'm just going to pay this money, and we're going to do this.
Okay, so where then my brain goes with this is what Troy Dannon said recently. And that was, a couple Fridays ago, right? Where they're doing the stadium announcement, and there's that question about NIL, and he kind of is like, people don't really understand what NIL is right now, and we're not operating that way. And the response from a lot of people, myself included, was, why is this hard for you? And it's not for Indiana, so to speak,
or LSU.
And so, is the answer to take away from this story? Is it because other schools are cheating again and Nebraska is not cheating? That they are trying to do everything on the up and up. They are trying to report all of the deals. They are trying to fall under that line. Now, part of it, too, is how much are they spending? And Sean Callahan wrote about this today on Husker Online and Tunnel Talk, where Nebraska, he thinks, falls at least $6 million short of playoff-level rosters in 2026. Are they falling that short because they can't? I think that's part of it. But are they also falling that short because they don't want to participate in what we're talking about right now?
All good questions. All good questions. But I think at the end of the day, though, it's just ignorant to think, and we're just picking on a very small handful of schools.
Sure.
That there's nobody out there doing big boy football that isn't trying to sneak something in under the table. I find it hard to believe that Nebraska, and I'm not saying this to impugn Nebraska, because come on, we know that this stuff was going on long before NIL was even a thing. We know this, right? We know that, stuff was going on under the table. Maybe some places were doing it better than others, but it was happening. How else can you describe how these NIL collectives just started popping up like weeds in April overnight?
Yeah.
If there wasn't already a mechanism in place where people were already handing money under the table.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff was happening.
They didn't just turn on the money faucet where they're like, you know what, I got these millions burning a hole.
It's why I always push back at this notion of, well, the reason the Big Ten is better is now they can cheat just like the SEC did. If you don't think the Big Ten wasn't cheating too, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to buy that. So I don't really know if if we're talking about Nebraska just not being willing to do it, I think it's more of a case of they just don't have the money.
Yeah, so if you're wondering, Sean Callahan, Husker Online, said that 4 of the 6 estimated, this according to some of his sources, $50 million plus rosters for this season made the playoffs last year. Miami, Oregon, Ohio State, and Texas Tech. Texas and LSU also fit into this estimated roster cost of $50+ million. There's another group that's $45 to $50 million. And that Nebraska, he says, is slightly under $30 million. And he thinks, based off of what he is hearing, that they are in the 25 to 30th nationally group, that's where they are. But you know it, John, right now. How many Big Ten teams are there? 18.
Yep.
How many SEC teams are there?
16.
That's 34. And then you probably look at the Big 12 and the ACC.
You know that Texas Tech's
in Texas Tech's in this mix, so that gets you to 35. And then
Miami,
BYU, and
Notre Dame.
My guess is you probably get to 45-ish schools that are paying like real big dollars. And so 29 doesn't sound like that bad of a number when you compare it to 138. But when you compare it to probably 45 again, and that's most of the Big Ten, most of the SEC, and then a handful from the Big 12, a handful from the ACC, and as you mentioned, Notre Dame. Then 29 or 25 to 30 and 29 million suddenly doesn't sound as good. It sounds, because right now there's only 12 playoff teams. So if you're at 25, you are 13 spots below playoff team number 12. If you're 30, you're 18 spots below. And I guess 12 is probably a G5, so maybe you're one extra spot. You're trying to chase team number 11. And so that's the world that they're finding themselves in right now. And he heard 6 rosters above 50 million. Again, Miami, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas Tech,
so,
LSU, and Texas.
So some of this math that that Matt Hayes did might even be undershooting it.
Yeah,
just a little bit if those things are all true.
Mm-hmm.
But the ultimate conclusion is, there's a lot of money out there, and there's a lot of it that's still being done underneath the surface. Because again, the official document has not been signed off on.
Yeah,
the power conferences have not totally signed off on relinquishing the ability not to sue, as Nebraska is suing the CSC. They haven't done that yet. Why? Because they don't trust it, and they realize it's an untenable situation because you've already got teams blowing past the cap.
Yeah,
I mean, in theory, there shouldn't be any rosters in football that are worth more than $15 million.
In theory,
because that is what most teams are probably getting in rev share. And then you would add some private NIL deals on top of
which
that.
are, in the traditional way where it's like commercials.
Right.
And it's, you're talking about a much lower roster cost. I mean, think about that. So if the number is 15 million of rev share and there are $50 million rosters, you're talking about 35 million.
Yeah.
$35 million. And is that not being reported on at all? Is that not going to CSC at all? Is there not a fight at all? Or again, as you pointed out, is a lot of this stuff just happening under the table once more? How do they get that money for Fernando Mendoza in terms of how they're doling it out and how it's what it is that he is doing? And like, I've been saying this for years since NIL went online. NIL is you're getting the money to play football. That's what you are getting the money for. And I, like, in a way, I appreciate that because you don't have to hide behind goofy stuff. You are getting the money to play football, but you have to prove it in other ways. In theory, you're supposed to prove it in other ways. And yet now it's old school Wild Wild West all over again.
It is. It is literally. It's just we've just circled right back to the way it was before.
Mm-hmm.
Just now, people are throwing out numbers. I mean, the idea of people just throwing out numbers 10 years ago would have been scandalous. Saying, hey, man, Ohio State's got a $50 million roster. Whoa!
How many years ago did you just say? How many years?
Like 5 years ago.
I was going to say 2 years ago. Remember, we talked about it recently. Their roster was $24 million. And it was like, what?
But I'm just talking about the idea that we talk about these things would have been scandalous 5 years ago because it's alleging that kids are getting paid because they weren't supposed to get paid.
Wasn't it Casey Thompson? I think it was him who said, like, there are players on this team that make 6 figures. And it was like, Damn,
Yes.
6 figures?
Yeah.
And now it's like hilarious. 6 figures? What can $100,000 even buy you?
Yeah, 6 figures is now a backup offensive lineman.
Yeah. Think about that. And that's, again, 5 years later. We're coming upon the anniversary on July 1st of 5 years ago, and that's when the floodgates open.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like a flood at that point. It feels like a trickle compared to what we're dealing with right now.
It does. So that was some interesting stuff from Matt Hayes, but we'll see where it goes. And by the way, we still have not heard about the arbitration case from Nebraska.
Yes, that's true.
We thought we might hear about it by the end
right?
of this week. Well, they said they needed a few extra days. Obviously, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday, so we have a Friday news dump.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's coming next week.
Michael writes on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, still crazy. We're throwing around hundreds of millions and zero transparency. Yep.
Yeah.
Certainly, there is not a whole lot of that.
And there's really never going to be.
Jordan says more things change, more they stay the same.
Yes, it is so true. It's just NIL now. It's legal.
Mm-hmm. Though maybe now they're doing it illegally again.
Maybe. Who knows? All right. We got more to come. We're going to do content coming up a little bit later on. What's for dinner coming up later on.
Nice.
And next, predictions.
Let's do it.
Predictions for the weekend, including, do we think Nebraska softball will be a top seed in the NCAA tournament? Stay tuned and find out next on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right. Well, Josh is way in the back. Looks like it's up to me and you, Nick, to carry this segment for a while.
Is this true?
I'll save the day.
I'm not that far behind. Just a few games.
You're
pretty far behind.
You're a long ways back.
Oh, I'll be fine. Plenty of time to return to the top where I rightfully belong. And if I don't do it now, don't worry. It'll be football season before you know it.
All right, let's get to the predictions this week. We will start with the... Does that seem loud to you?
It does. It seems very loud. I don't think
very
Nick has faded it down.
I mean, it's not completely faded down, but it's
There we go.
almost
Yeah, he
all the
hadn't-
way down.
he
I've
hadn't
been
faded.
fading it down,
It seems loud to me.
but it wasn't even that loud.
I'm happy. We must have our headphones set up a certain way.
I
So I'll
guess.
take ownership for that one, Nick. It did seem loud, though.
It was
Anyway.
at
it seemed
50
loud.
on the board.
The NBA. Knicks are up 2-0.
Bing bong.
They are at the Sixers. The Knicks are an underdog, Nick.
Nice. Give me the 76ers.
This is the spot that we usually see a team that is down 2-0 go home and get the maybe one win of the series. But I won't say that's going to happen. This is going towards a sweep. The Knicks get it done again. The wrong team is favored.
I'm going to go to the Sixers. The Spurs are a 4.5-point favorite at the T-Wolves. The Spurs got back into it with a win 2 nights ago.
Dominating.
Now, is this where the domination continues, or do the T-Wolves bare their fangs again?
Ooh, good question, John. I'm going to go that the Spurs take their Spurs and stab the Timberwolves in the throat and have blood going all over. Emo tap. That's what the Timberwolves are going to be saying. But it's not 100 years into the future to save them. They're dead. That's a reference to our movie that we talked about
yeah,
with
of
Kent
course,
last
yeah.
time. Emo taps.
Spurs.
T-Wolves.
Victor Wembanyama. See, his friends call him Wemby. Blocks over under 4.5. Let's see. What has been his what's been his
He had
run here
12 in
lately?
game 1, and then
Wow.
he had 2 in game 2. So not as many. 4.5 is so many. Like, that is a wild
That's a
total.
lot of blocks.
Yeah.
Now I'm just looking back what he did in the first round.
Yeah.
6, 7.
Nice, John. That's
1,
a meme.
2. I'm gonna take the under.
I'm going to go over. I'm going to go slight over here. He ends with 5.
Under.
Anthony Edwards points over under 22.5. Nick.
Over.
I'm with Nick. I think if they're going to make this thing interesting, he is going to have a big night. He should be healthier. Give me Ant.
Over.
All right.
Thunder minus 8.5 at your Fakers.
Man, yours as well, John, from the 80s. What a tough game
They're
that
not
was.
my Fakers.
So I didn't realize this.
That's not my president.
I didn't realize. Still your Lakers, by the way. I didn't realize until the game was over because we turned it off with I don't remember how many minutes to go to watch some TV last night. And afterwards, I got a push notification. The Thunder covered, and it was like 18.5, which is just insane. Give me the Lakers. I'll say that this is their game to get. Give me the Lakers.
I'm going to agree that they cover.
Let's go Lakers, says John.
But the Thunder probably still win because
they're better.
As you'll find out coming up in content, they still foul a lot.
They do. And then
they get away with it.
Well, yeah, the Thunder, they're foul baiters. Everybody knows this.
Nick?
Thunder, feel the thunder.
All right. NHL, the Canadiens, my Montreal Canadiens against almost my Buffalo Sabres. I mean, people forget Buffalo is almost Canada.
That's true. It's like next door.
I'm going to take the Sabres.
Yeah, that game's coming up at the top of the hour. Give me Montreal. They get it done. Let's go, Montreal.
Canada famously feels pretty bad at hockey. Worse than you'd think they would be. A country based around hockey. Give me the Sabres.
To be fair, this is not the country. I mean, this is a team. It's full of all sorts of players, Nick. They're not just Canadians on the team. It's not allowed.
Yeah, but they got the stench of Canada.
They
on
do.
them.
Yeah.
Smells like poutine and
smells like the Dallas Cowboys.
Smells
up
like
there.
poutine and
Maple
stale
syrup.
Molson.
We need to do a study on all the teams that were successful into the 90s and have since stopped being successful. What is the similarity between Montreal, the Dallas Cowboys, the Chicago Bulls, and the Nebraska Cornhuskers?
They don't have good players anymore.
There you go. I think that might be the answer.
Golden Knights at the Ducks. Nick,
give me the Knights.
Give me the Ducks. Quack, quack.
I was going to say, in honor of our dearly departed Mike Stibbs, quack, quack, quack.
The Chicago National League Ball Club has a 9-game winning streak.
Wow.
Whoa.
They are on a roll, baby.
On a roll.
Now, they're not playing at home anymore where they have a 15-game winning streak.
Interesting.
They are at Texas starting tonight.
Interesting.
When will the Cubs win streak end? It's either Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or it doesn't end this weekend.
John will be getting into his car tonight. After the game, he'll turn on the radio, whoever calls it, and he'll hear, Cubs lose, Cubs lose, Cubs lose. It ends tonight, John.
Saturday.
Who calls their games?
That would be Pat Hughes.
My bad.
We're like, Pat, who's the hell is that?
Got him.
Wow. I actually do think they will lose tonight. Ben Brown's pitching tonight. I'm not sure.
Oh,
Ben
of course,
Brown.
obviously.
What can Brown do for you?
Against
Lose.
former College World Series alum Kumar Rocker. You remember Kumar Rocker from Vanderbilt? Had thighs about the size of
Saquon Barkley's?
Yeah. I mean, just
and the
impressive.
Vandy Whistler was here.
Yeah, I do think the Rangers win tonight. Okay. Big series, 2 division leaders, the Atlanta Braves and the Dodgers. Maybe a preview of a National League Division series.
What about the NLCS? What couldn't this be a preview of that, John?
Because it won't.
Well, how come?
Because it won't.
Oh, you think the Reds are going to make it instead?
Sure.
All right.
What do you think? Who wins the
series?
series? Yeah.
Dodgers 2-1.
Same.
Wow. I don't believe. Well, it doesn't matter if Ohtani's pitching or not. The Dodgers won't score for him. I'm going to go Braves 2-1.
Got him.
In honor of Ted Turner.
R.I.P.
Yankees at Brewers. Pick the series. I'm going to take the Yanks 2-1.
I'm a Yanker. That's what you call people that support the Yankees, right? 2-1.
Sure.
Yankees
In honor of the dearly departed John Sterling, give me the Yankees in a sweep.
By the way, last week on all of our series predictions, none of us got any of them right.
It's very difficult because it's not just about the team; it's about the number of games.
Yeah. But I don't think that's ever happened before.
Wow.
We've all fanned on all 3 of them.
Awesome.
Just tonight's game, Cardinals are plus 1.5 at the Padres, Nick.
I'll take the Fathers.
You can't go into San Diego and expect to come out with a 1-run loss. Give me San Diego. That's
what
they
they
always
say.
say.
Yeah, all the
they
time.
do. It's what the announcers say before every game.
I'll go with the Cards.
Really?
Wow.
It's plus 1.5.
I like the Cardinals, says John.
No, I don't.
Interesting.
But those are just merely footnotes to the greatest soccer in the world.
Oh?
There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be.
La Liga.
La Liga. That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga.
Today's La Liga game of the weekend. Real sociopaths versus real Jerome Bettis.
Nice.
Nick, are you a sociopath or a Bettis fan?
I don't know about a sociopath, but I'll take the social dads.
Got him. I am not a fan of Jerome Bettis. Give me the sociopaths.
I once again will go with a tie.
Hell yeah, John. You're stealing my old bit.
Yeah, but you would call it something else. What would you call it? You had a different
draw.
term.
It's called a draw.
No. I'm not drawing pictures. What do you call it? Softball.
Ooh.
Now, the game has already started against Indiana.
Don't look. Don't look.
Don't look.
Don't look.
We're not
Nick,
looking.
don't look.
Look it. Okay.
We're not going to look.
I'm not peeking.
We're not going to look. But will Nebraska win the Big Ten tournament?
Of course they will. You'd have to be an idiot to pick against them.
I mean, Oregon's still there.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
More like Schmorgan.
Okay.
More like Boregan.
Respectfully, no.
Respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably a good idea. Be very respectful. Yes, Nebraska will win.
Okay.
Nebraska's seed in the NCAA tournament.
Now, we got to describe what over-under here means. What is over? What is under?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to say something on accident before or after.
Better or worse than 4.5?
Better.
Better.
I saw a bracketology that had them 6th. But if they win the Big Ten tournament, yeah, it'll be better than 4.5.
Okay.
Baseball.
What? We just did baseball.
No, we just did softball.
Mm.
According to Josh,
Me?
baseball analyst,
Yes.
Nebraska's opponents on Friday have averaged about 6.5 runs.
This goes back to the beginning of April. So they have played 5 Friday games since the beginning. Well, 5 first games of the series because the first Friday game was actually a doubleheader on Saturday. So I went with the first game on that Saturday.
The first game
which
of
was
the series.
Yeah, which was Penn State. And then every Friday since then. And they have given up 6.6 runs per game.
So we're setting the line at 6.5. Iowa over under 6.5 runs tonight, Nick.
I'm going to go under.
Wow. Negative Nick.
Classic. Well, given that Ty Horn is now moving back into the weekend rotation.
Again.
And he's a Friday guy, give me the under. They got to get off to a good start, man.
I think it'll be under tonight.
Okay.
Pick the series.
Oh.
Iowa and Nebraska. I'm going to go Nebraska. I want to say sweep, but it is Iowa.
Yeah.
I'm probably even being dumb picking Nebraska because it's Iowa.
I know.
Nebraska 2-1.
I feel the same way as you, John. I think that they're the better team. I think that they should sweep them. I don't think they will, and I'm debating picking Iowa, but I will not do that. I will go with the Skurs 2-1.
Nick.
Iowa is obviously going to win at losing to Nebraska. It's a Husker sweep.
Whoa.
Are you just fading your emotions right now?
That's called the reverse jinx.
It sounds like it.
Not
Mister,
too many things.
you're the only person I've ever known anywhere that owns an Iowa baseball jersey and never played baseball at Iowa.
Former
My wife
players
got
don't
it
even
for
have
me.
their baseball jerseys anymore. They're like, I don't want one. I'm fine, boss.
My wife found it at a Goodwill. It was incredible.
Man, I can't wait until the Iowa message board dork order gets a hold of this. The Blue Jays are getting ready to play Georgetown. They are tied for first place in the Big East. St. John's is the other team they are tied with. The Johnnies, I can't believe I don't know this off the top of my head.
I was going to ask you a question here, and you don't even know.
The Johnnies, hold on, and the internet is being slow. I believe they have Seton Hall. It's either this weekend or next weekend, and the Pirates are bad. St. John's has, Villanova, even worse. So will Creighton still have at least a share of first place by Monday?
No.
I say yes.
Man, you didn't include my fun question in here, I just realized.
Because it's not until Thursday.
I know, but it could have been a predictions point. Predictions are supposed to be fun and whimsical.
Yeah, but we're not doing this 15 days into the future.
But 6 days into the future?
You want to go ahead, make your prediction. What is
All
it?
right. Wait, it's just me?
Yeah, because I don't care.
Oh, Bears. Seahawks, Bears. Nick, we were going to do who will the Seahawks play in their season opener because we're learning that on Thursday.
Yeah,
Why?
Thursday.
Because it's fun. Because it's fun. Predictions is about fun, not about NASCAR.
You want to do a bonus predictions on Wednesday?
For one game?
Sure.
All Let's do it.
All right, we'll wait until
Well, technically Thursday because it's right. Isn't it being announced on Thursday, the 14th? I believe that's
I don't
going
care.
On. No, you stop it, John. You very
It
much
is
care.
time for the main event.
I didn't have it ready.
Hold on.
You jerk. It doesn't matter.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Sad.
It's the Go Bowling at the Glen.
What's that? Bowling?
Well, that's
Do they
the
bowling?
sponsor.
I'm
The
confused.
sponsor is Go Bowling.
This is a confusing sponsor. Do they want me to bowl at the racetrack? Is there
Yes.
a bowling setup
Yeah,
at
it's
the
almost you
racetrack?
have to try to bowl before the cars run you over.
Nick, it's almost as confusing as like a shot in basketball that maybe is worth a certain number of points, and the sponsor is more points than the points.
Or calling something the America 250, but it's not 250 miles. I'm
forgot
still
about that one.
triggered about
This
that.
week,
I forgot about that one.
This week,
What are we doing?
We're doing cumulative, so it's going to be the overall finish of all of your drivers.
Nice.
Lowest man wins.
All right, I'm going to go. Whoa, Shane Vans Gisbergen? What?
SVG, he's really good at road courses.
Yeah, he's the favorite here. I'll go with him. I'll go with Tyler Reddick, and I'll go with Chris Buescher.
Busher.
Bucher.
I'll go
Huber.
SVG, Reddick, and last week's winner, Chase Elliott.
All right.
SVG, Byron, and Daniel Suarez. Why not?
Why not, indeed.
All right, there you go. There's predictions.
Awesome.
Nice.
We'll take a TO, baby, and be back with a little bit of content, including Emmett Johnson's first contract and dinner.
We talked a lot about running back contracts in November when we thought he could go pro.
Yes.
What will these numbers show?
We'll tell you next on 1620 The Zone.
feed you some
Unsportsmanlike Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hey, don't forget, send us a pic of what you are drinking.
Yes.
Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and we are going to pick. How many tickets was it again?
5.
5 pairs.
We just talked about it, John, like a half hour ago.
I was
Come
even
on.
prepared this time.
I'm triple checking.
Okay.
Because we have 5 pairs of tickets to see George Thorogood at the Astro on May 17th.
Awesome.
Nice.
So, and we'll do this throughout the whole weekend. So even if you forget right at this second, just make sure you tweet us a picture sometime this weekend. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday. We'll pick 5 at random to win those tickets to see George Thorogood and the Destroyers at the Astro.
Nice.
Nick.
Yes. JJ Redick of the Lakers got teed up in the first half of the Lakers' Game 2 loss at OKC. Here's what he had to say.
JJ, you got a technical in the first half. Multiple players had really long, extended conversations with refs. What was sort of at the core of those frustrations tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I sarcastically said the other day they were the most disruptive team without fouling. I mean, they have a few guys that foul on every possession, and all the good defenses do. SGA gets like I don't even know, a touch foul, I guess, on the drive. There was a stretch where 4 straight possessions, our guys got absolutely clobbered trying to make an entry pass to Jackson, and Jalen Williams is grabbing his jersey with both arms. That's a turn. They're hard enough to play. They're hard enough to play. You've got to be able to just call it if they foul, and they do foul.
Redick joins a long line of folks who don't like how the Thunder get officiated. Will anything be done?
It should be, but it won't. It just keeps happening. It's crazy how we've seen coaches and in sports go after officials, but I can't remember it being all so coordinated against one team and their style of play. When the Patriots were going well, you didn't hear people going on and on about all the calls that they got, or hell, any other team in the NBA, who had great, mini or dynasty type runs. This is so different. I mean, it's everybody that plays OKC. At some point, the league's got to recognize it, because at times it does look ridiculous how much they're allowed to foul bait and also foul while defending, and yet it never hardly seems to get called.
It doesn't. And to answer Nick's question, honestly, John, the thing that I think is going to happen, at least in the short term, is JJ's probably going to get fined. I don't think that anything's going to happen in this series. Like, he's right. Like, they are good enough to win regardless, and it makes it that much more difficult. And so we will see this the rest of this series. We will see it in the next series, and if they're able to get by, most likely the Spurs, we'll see it in the NBA Finals. You're right. Like, we have heard, certainly from fans over the years, about like, oh, this team, they get away with stuff. This team, they get away with stuff. Never have I ever heard this level of complaining from inside the league about a franchise and a style of play like people do with the Thunder.
Emmett Johnson's Chiefs contract comes in at 4 years, $4.8 million. It includes a $485,000 signing bonus and $485,000 guaranteed money. Was it the right choice to leave?
Yeah, I mean, so would he have made more if he came back to Nebraska next year? Absolutely.
In 1 year,
he would have. He might have made. Well, he wouldn't have made $4.8 million, but he would have been a 7-figure guy for sure. And so he would have made more.
Because if he makes it through this season, it'll be about, I think, with the signing bonus that he's already getting, I think it would be about $1.2 million.
Okay, so like in the 1
year,
and so he would make more than that for sure. Here's the thing, though, and we talked about this in November when we said the smart decision is going to be to move on and play in the NFL, which he obviously ended up doing. You get to your second contract faster, and so if he is able to be one of the late round running backs that has a good career, which happens all the time, like of any position to get picked late and succeed at a very high level. I have to imagine pound for pound that the running back spot is the one where this happens more than any other position. This is a smart move. And so he's, of course, hoping it's as Nick said, it's a 4-year contract. So you're talking about 26, 27, 28, 29. You're hoping to get that second contract in 2030. If he's able to get to a second contract, that's where the real money would be had, and thus it would move up the timeline. And, I mean, I imagine you're with me on this one too, John. Just worry about getting injured in college football, and it really changed the thing. So, yes, he definitely made the right move.
By the way, when we talked about Emmett maybe turning pro back in October, November, we always pointed at Cam Scattaboo, who was drafted in the 4th round by the Giants, and his contract was 4 years, $5.2 million. So he got a little bit more than what Emmett is getting. He gets a little bit more guaranteed than Emmett is getting, but it ended up being somewhat comparable. And so, yeah, I mean, this is about looking at the future and the long-term possibility. Yes, he could have made more money in 1 year at Nebraska, but the clock starts earlier. He's in the pros. And with running backs, I mean, the expiration date comes fast.
Very fast.
So I think it ends up being the smart move, even if in the short term he's probably going to make less this year than he would have made if he stayed in Lincoln.
Remember how Darren Peterson was missing so many games during the college basketball season?
I do, Nick.
Well, we finally know why. Peterson, don't call me Josh, told ESPN this week that a new round of blood work and other tests led his doctors to conclude that his use of high doses of creatine created the condition. You ever hear of something like this before?
I haven't. This is a new one, that using too much creatine caused all of this. Why is he using so much creatine?
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I should know that people are still using creatine. It was a huge thing for like the football players when I was in high school.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's legal. It's not illegal. It's
Yeah.
like, what he's doing is not illegal. But no, I've never heard of something like this before. So it's like, is he like allergic to it? Like, what's going on here? This is wild.
Well, and you would think that, I mean, I'm assuming that he stopped using it once he was told, hey, this is what's causing your issues.
Wouldn't that be wild? Because obviously the critique of him throughout the season was load management, the guy's doing what he's going to do in the pros, and it was really pissing people off. Night in, night out, how you didn't know if he was going to play. And it was actually on the up and up, and it was because of creatine, and now he's like good to go. That would be very unexpected, I think, for how people were talking about him in January and February.
Boys, get ready. While some dumb people, really, really dumb people, are already counting down to early September, Brad Powers, who's friend of the program, Todd Furman, tweeted this about the November 7th college football slate. It's arguably the best slate of games in CFB history. Right now, I have 9 matchups involving a pair of top 25 teams. 9! Which game are you most excited about on this list?
Great question, Nick. Thank you for asking. So the games that day, Miami at Notre Dame. And that's why he tweeted about this, because we got the kickoff time yesterday. We have Oregon at Ohio State. We have Alabama at LSU. We have Georgia at Ole Miss. BYU, Utah. Wow, holy war. Oklahoma at Florida. Penn State at Washington. Virginia Tech at SMU. And Texas at Missouri. John, that is a day of college football. I'll be honest, I think my number one is the game that we talked about yesterday, Miami at Notre Dame in prime time. I think that one will get the main TV function. Oregon, Ohio State, probably going to be a big noon game earlier in the day. So, yeah, give me Miami at Notre Dame. My Saturday night will culminate in being on the couch watching that one.
I mean, the obvious answer is Virginia Tech and SMU. If College Game Day isn't there, then, I mean, it's a fraud show.
Interesting.
That is easily, with Texas, Missouri probably being second on that list. It's a good day.
It's a good day.
Here, maybe bookmark this.
Okay. Nick, put this in the calendar.
How many of these games
are actually top
surprisingly
25?
Won't be a top 25 game?
All right, I'll be honest. Like, the game involving Florida, are we sure Oklahoma at Florida is going to be a top 25 game?
Probably not.
Yeah, Virginia Tech at SMU, are we sure?
Game of the week.
I guess James Franklin is there now. Maybe they will be a top 25 team. Somebody will definitely surprise us in a negative capacity. What if it was Alabama? What if Alabama's unranked and LSU is like,
could be.
10 or something like that? Yeah, for sure.
Fellas, I have terrible news. Boise State is replacing the best turf in college football.
No!
Wait, never mind. It's not terrible news. Because don't worry, John specifically, it'll still be blue.
Cool.
CollectBSU.com sold a 400-square-foot sheet of playing surface, which will be professionally installed in the winner's home for $25,000 via auction Tuesday night. Is this a good use of $25,000?
A 400 square foot sheet? Dang, where the hell are you going to put
Seriously,
that
where's that gonna
monstrosity?
go?
First of all, the blue turf is a crime against humanity because it encouraged other schools. Hey, how about red turf? How about gray turf?
gray?
How about I don't know, fuchsia turf, whatever the hell.
Fuchsia. Nice reference,
According to John, the blue turf is at the same level or above Mr. H.
Over. What if the grass here was blue? Welcome to the College World Series, where the grass is like my feelings, blue.
Then Dan and his great grounds crew would have been fired a long time ago. Because nobody wants blue turf.
Imagine having $25,000 to buy that much blue turf and then having that much room to install it in your home. That is crazy. That is crazy, I think, Nick.
To be fair, I guess somebody who is spending that much on blue turf probably has a giant-ass home.
That's true. Maybe they found treasure inside of a pyramid when they're fighting Emotep.
Good. Enjoy having all that stuff where players have sweat. Probably someone has puked.
Oh, that's a good point, man.
For sure, peed.
There's probably other excretions from the human body that ended up on that turf.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
probably.
Nice purchase.
Finally, NFL quarterback Taylor Heineke is returning. You got any memories of him?
Retiring, Nick. The word is retiring.
I misread.
Yeah.
The word, it says returning.
Who typed that question, Nick?
I don't know.
I'm not a Taylor Heineke fan. I got to remember that one time he made the playoffs with Washington, the COVID year, and everyone was trying to talk themselves into them beating the Bucs, and then the Bucs won, and then they won the Super Bowl. That was annoying.
Every time I hear his name, I think of the muffler place. Heineke.
That's funny.
Nice.
Football. Wow, that's a reminder that football will be here before you know it, that we're learning the kickoff times next week.
Months away.
So far away.
Yeah, it is. Dinner time.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I mean, I'm at the game, so it's going to be
a beer and a dog. John's doing the 999.
Whoa! I'm doing the game.
Are you going to have one of your 11 p.m. dinners again today?
I mean, I don't
Sneak
know.
out, go have Happer.
John, don't settle for a Casey's wrap on a Friday night.
Yeah, come on, man. You got to do better.
Again,
than that.
I don't know. It just depends. It is what it is.
All right.
I'm fine.
All
I'll
right.
be fine.
Some Burger Kings are 24 hours now, John.
That would be the saddest meal of all time.
Yeah, I would.
So we did the pizza last night. It was incredible.
Hell
and
yeah.
I have half of a pie left, so I'm going to do that when I get home. I am jacked. It was awesome. We use what are they called? Peelers. Have you ever heard of a pizza peeler? It's like the thing that you slide it into the oven and then you get it out. Oh, we talked about it last night because of Nick's
called
poop.
a peeler?
Yeah. I didn't realize that
called
either.
a peel.
Peel. Is that what it's called? A peel? A pizza
Yeah.
peel. Pizza peel.
A pizza peel.
It was so good. Oh, my gosh. Incredible.
Nice. I had a Whopper last night. It was delicious. I love Burger King. It's very good. I don't know about tonight.
Okay. Your first week married. Oh, wait, no, this is your second week
I've been married for 2 weeks. She hasn't asked for a divorce yet.
Wow,
That's cool.
Congratulations, Nick.
Thank you.
That makes it, 2 out of us 3 haven't been asked for a divorce, so that's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet.
There you go. That
Here
is
you
a
go.
Grum for the week.
Mm-hmm.
What kinds of crazy negative things will we cause next week to drive the Husker Nation mad?
I have no idea. I didn't think anything we did this week was going to do anything.
I didn't either.
What a weird week it was.
Yeah.
But you know what? The weekend is here, so y'all just have a great time and be careful. And stay off the damn message boards, you dorks.
Nice.
Nice.
And enjoy the baseball.
Baseball.
I mean,
And the softball.
And the softball. And the hockey. And the NBA. And
And the
NFL
NASCAR.
schedule dreaming.
Bye.
Bye.